All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Today is August 9th, 7:20 p.m. We're starting today's regularly scheduled agenda meeting. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Mayor Danziger.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose.
Present.
Commissioner Landsman.
Present.
Commissioner Mashai.
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Chief, if you will please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Mayor. And item 1D, Mayor and Commission remarks. I will just start with talking, I guess, about decorum, because judging by the last meeting, some people have forgotten some of the rules. So basically, the same rules that apply for public apply for the commission as well, and some of them are as basic as not talking out of turn. So for the public, you have a portion where we can speak. Today we have some items that are on consent, and as I've mentioned many times, any items, sorry, not on consent, we have first readings, second readings, unlike discussion items in which we kind of group that in, everybody gets to talk on any items that the commission will make a decision on. So everybody will get to speak on these items individually. So please, if you want to speak, fill out one of these speaker cards and hand it to the clerk. Good and welfare is again open to the public, but it can't be on anything that is on the agenda. So please try to maintain that, and I will remind you. Same thing with the commission. We know that, most of us know that, we don't speak until we are recognized. We ask that when addressing the commission, please address your comments towards the chair, which is myself, or the commission as a whole. Don't point to a commissioner individually and point them out by name. Same applies for the commission. We address our comments towards each other, not towards the public. We don't call out by name. So if we can follow these rules, we can have a nice, pleasant meeting and be productive and move things along for the town. So I thank everybody for coming today, and I appreciate it. Mr. Vice Mayor, any comments? Nope. Commissioner Landsman?
Just a quick welcome. Thank you all for being here, and I'm ready to listen to what you have to say.
Commissioner Mashai?
I attended the ceremony extinguishing the flame at the CTS site and the unveiling of the 98 points of light at Vet Park. And I'm always heartfelt by these moments that bring us together as a community rather than as a divide. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Velasquez?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight and for all of the support. And I hope we have a great meeting and that we can get to some compromises on the issues that are here amongst us tonight. And we're here to do the right thing for our community and our residents. And all residents are here to be able to be heard. And I definitely am listening.
Thank you. Agenda order of business. Are there any deletions, linkages? Anybody have any items that they want to move around? Nope. All right, we're good. Moving on to 1F, community notes. To change, I guess, the tone of what goes on in this room, it is a pleasure. Today we have an American hero in the room, a Surfside hero, Castrillo Guertz. And on behalf of the town of Surfside, I'll read this letter. I would like to thank you for your exemplary actions and valuable service to the community. For those that don't know, on Sunday, July 17th, while enjoying a day out at the beach and digging in the sand, Castrillo discovered an unmarked nest of sea turtle eggs, and he immediately sought the aid of professionals. He had decisive and responsible actions. He went looking for the lifeguards. He made sure that nobody went to the nest and disturbed the eggs while he got these professionals to come out. And I know it took a while for them to get there, and he stood there making sure nobody came out and touched it. And they came out and they cordoned it, and he saved this nest that would have otherwise been trampled. So Surfside is fortunate to be the home to various sea turtle species where they live on our beaches and they visit and annually lay their eggs. The sea turtle is so beloved by our residents of the town that not only is it the official mascot, but its likeliness is displayed throughout our town. So with appreciation for your conscious actions, I'm hereby naming you Surfside Citizen of the Year, and may you continue to exemplify all that is good within Surfside. So if the commission would join me, I'd like to present Castrillo with a certificate and call him up.
Together. All right, 1, 2, 3. Let's do one more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Now that the important business is out of the way, we can get to some of the little things. CTS update. No, did I skip something? Oh, yes, presentation. I am sorry to that secret Civilian of the Year. Presentation of the Police Department Civilian of the Year 2021. Mr. Manager.
Call Chief Torres up.
Where's Dina Goldstein? Oh, I'm back there. So let me say this, in Dina's contribution to the police department really cannot be overstated. She is the person who keeps the books and everything running behind the scenes and keeps the training logs, Citizens Police Academy, Junior Lifeguard. I can't, if I sat here and read the whole 2-page thing, we'd be here all day. So her importance to the police department cannot be understated. So for everything she does, day in and day out, comes in early, stays late, comes in on the weekends to make sure payroll's done. For everything she does, she's been selected as the 2021 Civilian of the Year. And I really have to say, aside from that, on a personal note, a thank you to her, because she's made my transition here as the chief, along with Captain Healy and Captain Marciano, so much easier, and I truly appreciate that. So for that, I'd like to present her with her plaque for a Civilian of the Year for 2021. And if we could can we come take a picture again and ask her family, her mom and dad and her husband are here, come up and take a picture with us. And while everybody's coming up, on the table outside, the Citizens Police Academy is starting in September. Please take a look on the website, what it's about, and there's applications on the desk out back.
It's pretty wide, yeah.
No.
Yeah, can we just... Yeah, try to get as tight as possible. Jeff, you're good.
We all fit?
Yeah, you'll fit. You'll fit. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3. We'll do one more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
If we had a chance to vote, we don't get it passed ever, but yes.
Mayor, Mayor,
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, can we have a motion just to formalize the request from the special meeting to add items 2F, 2G, and 2H from the special meeting as items 9A, 9B, and 9C to this agenda?
So moved.
Start again, which ones? 9F,
Second.
9G, 9H?
Yeah, it will be, I will read them out into the records. 2F is obtaining a public relations firm for Surfside to combat negative media. That will be item 9A. 2G, in the in the previous agenda, future format of town gazette, it will be 9B. And seaweed cleanup on the beach will be item 9C. So there's a motion and a
We have a
second
motion and a second.
to add to this agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries.
Okay. Item 1G, can we move, are we ready, Mr. Manager?
1G, we have Mr. Kilsheimer here to speak about and give you an update on the CTS investigation that he's conducting.
First of all, I want to say, I'm from Washington DC, which is kind of a big town compared to here. It warms my heart to see
Alan.
things like what just happened.
Alan,
What?
lay my address for the record and get close to the mic, please.
I don't have to tell you where I live, right? I'm close to the mic. This is Alan Kilsheimer. I'm just telling you, it's really cool to see both those two things that just happened here. It's really neat. We only kill people. We don't do stuff like that. Anyhow, I apologize for not being here. Last time I ran into a couple obstacles I had to deal with, and it took a little longer than I thought. Where we are is almost every single day we run into an obstacle, a blockade, or difficulties, and we run into a situation where given the kinds of things that we need to do when we call people in this general area, especially contracting people, and we mention that they want to know where we are, and we say we're in Surfside, and they just essentially hang up. The litigation that went on here, even though it's all settled, has lots of people in the construction business very nervous about doing anything. And I don't know how you recover from that. I understand, like, for instance, it's hard for y'all to get somebody to build the new two-story building or whatever, I forgot it, 98th Street. I don't know how you recover from that. It's very difficult. I know for some of the things, I'm bringing in people from Houston, Atlanta, Bethesda, Maryland, and New York City. And some of them also didn't want to mess with this, and they're doing it because they've worked with me for 50 years. So it's slowed us down a great deal. But I can tell you from the town standpoint, Lily and Tony and even Jason has been incredibly helpful to me in solving some of these issues. And then this guy right here, George, has really stepped up to the plate to help me in a particular problem. And he understands, and I know you all do, that what we're doing is not just for the town of Surfside, it's for the people of Surfside, but it's also for the people that live all up and down this coast, right? I appreciate you all approving the additional funds that we asked for last time. I hope that I'm not going to have to come back again. And I know one of the things that people want to know is, when will you be done? And the answer is, I don't know, because these obstacles, I mean, I've just lost 2.5 months in what we're trying to do. But I think we've, with George's help, have solved that particular problem, and Tony is helping with a couple other ones. We're also, I personally am taking steps that I'm allowed to do in the state of Florida that maybe other folks here can't get happen, but I can ask for certain things that are legally acceptable to their public knowledge stuff, or whatever you call it. So I'm doing that. So we're, as I guess we would say, we're turning over all stones. And if I have to turn it over on somebody, then that's what I'm doing. Okay, so again, thank you all for everything that you've helped with. If anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, Commissioner.
Hi, Ellen. Thank you for coming to give us an update. So I just want to know, like, can you give us at least a ballpark of approximately when do you think we can get an answer? Because I know there's a lot of eager residents that want answers, and the families want answers, and we want answers. And the whole point of hiring a private engineer to do this was to make this process go quicker versus sitting here and waiting for NIST, God knows how long. So just, to give us some peace of mind and know approximately when do you think that we can be getting a report as to what exactly caused this collapse to happen.
Let me answer that this way. We have eliminated a lot of things. In other words, the fact that we can't do certain things hasn't stopped us from doing other things. So we've eliminated a lot of things, and we're down to the point of understanding certain things in the ground at the site. And certain, for instance, let's say there were 500 samples taken over the last year as part of the receiver's actions at the site for everybody. Probably, and I'm making these numbers up, but probably 300 of them were not tested. They were sitting in container boxes. Those no longer are available to us, but Tony is helping us trying to make them available to us. I'm going to reach a point after some work we're going to do next week and the week after, thanks to George. I'm hoping that's going to happen. We have one more thing to check out, but after we have that information, I'm going to almost be a dead stop without some things that Tony is helping us work on. If I'm able to get the things done in the next 2 weeks that I believe we're going to be able to do, and if Tony is successful in some of the things that he's doing, and I'm successful in the Freedom of Information Act stuff that I'm getting, my guess is that if I had all that today, I could get, I've already started doing an outline of the report, okay? If I had it all today, I could have it done in 6 months, but I don't have it all today. So, and as I think I've told you all before, I don't think it's appropriate to issue an interim report because you need to really have everything thought through. My hope is that by the next meeting, we will be successful in what Tony is accomplishing for us, and Lily is helping, and what George is doing for us, and then I can give you a better shot at that point in time. Okay.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Manager, this is your item. That's it for the update? Or do you want to?
No, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 2A, 8705 Carlisle Avenue variance. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title of the resolution into the record?
Yes, Mayor. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving or denying a variance application for property generally located at 8705 Carlisle Avenue, Surfside, Florida, to reduce A, setbacks from the seawall pursuant to section 90-48(3), B, lot standards pursuant to section 90-49, C, setbacks pursuant to section 90-45, subsection A, subsection 5, and D, setbacks from the Indian Creek bulkhead line pursuant to section 90-6C.3, all from the town's code of ordinances, subject to conditions, addressing violations of conditions, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date, item 2A.
All right, thank you. If everybody will bear with me as I read through this wonderful script. Ladies and gentlemen, the variance application for 8705 Carlisle Avenue pursuant to section 90-36.1 of the code, unnecessarily and unique hardship variance on this evening's meeting agenda is a quasi-judicial in nature. The decision of whether or not to approve or recommend approval for the variance application is not a popularity contest. We cannot base our decision only on opinions, however important those important opinions are. By law, we must base our decision on legal criteria and standards for review on clear and convincing evidence. This means the testimony and consideration of all evidence, which consistent of the agenda materials, staff reports, recommendations of the town professional staff, recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Board, and representation and testimony from the experts, witnesses, and the public introduced to the record during the public hearing process. All materials provided to the commission as part of the agenda item are hereby entered into and made part of the record. Everyone shall be given the opportunity to speak. If you intend to provide testimony as to the applications considered here tonight, you shall and must be sworn in by the clerk in a moment, who will do so in a moment. I also request that you fill out a public speaker's card and give it to the clerk so I will know to call you up to the podium to be heard. Each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be in either cross-examination or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to direct questions on their behalf to either the staff or the applicant. For the application considered tonight, we will first hear from the town staff and then from the applicant. After this, I will allow anyone from the public who has been sworn in to provide comment or testimony. Please make your comments concisely. Madam or Mr. Attorney, do you have anything further?
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Clerk, can you confirm compliance with the advertising and notice requirements?
Confirm.
Thank you. At this time, has anyone on the commission had any ex parte communications with the applicant or any member of the public, either for or against the variance application to be heard tonight? If so, please state so for the record and the nature of the communication.
I have just with the applicant to see why this was a variance and just had some questions about the projects.
I have reviewed the criteria with the agent.
Anyone else? No? Okay.
So while I didn't, I had no contact or communication with any of them, but I did sit here through the P&Z and watch the proceedings without any interference.
Thank you for that disclosure. Okay, will all those who intend to testify at this hearing stand and raise your right hand? Madam Clerk, please administer the oath.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Okay. Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, Mayor, I turn the proceedings over to you to hear from town staff and then from the applicant before hearing from the public.
All right, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Walter, if you...
Good evening. I'm Walter Keller, the town planner, and the application that's before you tonight is a request to construct a two-story single-family house with understory on an interior, non-conforming lot facing Biscayne Bay. The setback requirements for the H30 zoning district on Biscayne Bay is 20-foot front, 20-foot rear, 5-foot interior side, and 50 feet on the waterfront side. The applicant's proposing a 20-foot front setback, a 5-foot side yard setback, a rear setback, and a variance has been submitted by the applicant to enable the residents to comply with code and be constructed. As it is, this particular lot is like an H30B lot, where the H30A zoning district, for which this lot sits in, requires like an 8,000 square foot lot, when this lot only has a little over approximately 5,600 square feet. So it's a substandard size lot that can't meet the setback requirements. And because of that, the applicant has filed a variance request to get certain variances. The specifics of this request, this is what's called an unnecessary and undue hardship variance. Under the standards of review that's in the code for the town, there's a list of conditions that we have to consider and address whether or not it meets these conditions. So this is a little on the boring side, but I need to read through these various requirements. Condition A, special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved and which are not applicable to other lands, structures, or buildings in the same zoning district. As I noted, this is a unique lot. It's undersized in area and narrow on the waterfront width. B, the special conditions and circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant or of the prior owner of the property. This is an older platted lot, not a circumstance created by the prior or current owners. C, literal interpretation of the provisions of the zoning code deprives the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of the zoning code and results in unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. The literal interpretation of the code would severely limit the use of the property. In fact, if you went by the strict code, you couldn't even build on the property. And that would be like with the 50-foot front yard, 50-foot setback off of Biscayne Bay, this lot is only 50 feet. There would be no room to build a house. C, the hardship has not been deliberately or knowingly created or suffered to establish a use or structure which is not otherwise consistent with a town comprehensive plan or zoning code. Again, this is a platted lot where the full use of the property is restricted due to the wide differences between the front and rear waterfront frontages. E, an applicant's desire or ability to achieve greater financial return or maximum financial return from his property does not constitute a hardship. The applicant's desirous of developing a residence with the floor area needed to serve the family and the literal use of the setback does not allow this to occur. D, granting the variance application conveys the same treatment to the applicant as the owner of other lands, buildings, or structures in the same zoning district. The applicant has submitted a detailed report on the requested variances, which supports the reasonableness of the request. G, the requested variance is the minimum variance that makes possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. The variance requested are the minimum variances. H, the requested variance is in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the town comprehensive plan and the zoning code. It is not injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public safety and welfare, is compatible with the neighborhood, and will not substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood. The variance is in harmony with the neighborhood and will not be adverse to the comprehensive plan or zoning code. Based on addressing these different requirements, planning staff supports the variance request and recommends approval to the town commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, just to clarify the back, because, you know, it was going on for a bit, and the recommendation is to approve it by the town.
Yes.
Okay.
And this also went through the planning and zoning board, and they recommended approval also.
All right. At this point, the applicant may speak if desired, or somebody, I guess, representing the applicant.
George Kouslis, 1815 Purdy Avenue, Miami Beach. I'm the architect for the applicant, and I'd like to present this variance request to you. You heard that it's a hardship variance, and the reason is that in just about every zoning code in the country, a variance is a provision to provide a remedy when the zoning code creates a hardship. It's never a request for more or taller or better. It's something that the applicant has to prove to you that a hardship exists and that the remedy, as you heard, is reasonable, and hopefully we'll do that tonight. So let's get into the property. So the property, you can see from here, is on 88th Street. It's right where 88th Street basically ends, where the water ends, where Biscayne Bay ends, right there. And St. Joe's Church is in Miami Beach, right to the east of the property, southeast of the property. So this is right in that corner. And on the right, on the right you see an aerial view, and it's the house. The lot is the property with the house with the red roof. And on the left you see the survey. The thing that looks like a swimming pool is actually the dead end of the street end of Carlisle there, that blue rectangle in the upper left corner. The lot itself is the rectangle you see bounded in red, and on it is a house, a smaller red rectangular shape, which is the existing house. And you'll note that it's pulled away from the water by 19 feet. And that's going to be crucial to the design here, because we're going to use that existing setback to inform what we do with the house. So this is the plat for the Normandy Beach plat from 1925. And you can see the overall pattern of that part of Surfside. You can see Biscaya, the island there. And you also notice all of the long lots that we're all familiar with on 88th. But down in the corner and blown up in the circle, you see 8 lots there. They're turned 90 degrees to the long lots. Lot number 4 is the one we're talking about. And these are actually the same dimensions as a standard interior lot, which is 50 by 112.5 feet. So we're looking at lot number 4 there. So this is the first problem. There is a 50-foot setback off of the seawall for all lots facing Biscayne Bay. That's the red line that you see in the picture there, and you can see that lot 4 is totally in the setback of 50 feet. So just by that, this lot is 100% unbuildable. You can't put a piece of paper upright on this lot and comply with the zoning code. Another problem is that you heard that this is an H30A lot, a waterfront lot, which is gray on the zoning map here. But it's a H30B geometry. It's 5,600 square feet versus the 8,000 minimum. At some point when they drew the gray boundary, they went kind of a little bit far with the magic marker and captured those small lots right in the corner there. So that creates another hardship. This lot isn't big enough to build on. Another hardship is that structures, not the house itself, but things like pools and patios, need to be set back 20 feet from the seawall. Well, the house that we're proposing, which is a slender, very slender house, is 19 feet away. The 19 feet left over is also within that 20 feet. We really can't do anything there, and as measured by our neighbors, you see the neighbors slightly to the west. Nice houses on the deep lots that you typically find on 88th, and they have patios and pools and whatever. And we're just asking to be able to do something in that part of the lot where you would expect to see a pool and a patio on a waterfront lot, just to enjoy the same things that the neighbors have. And the last one is this. In conforming to the 50-foot setback by giving, or varying the 50-foot setback, instead of going to 5 feet and 5 feet, the way this kind of lot would normally be, we're going to do 5 feet on the north side, on the inland side, and we're going to do 19 feet on the south side. Creates a very slender house, which is called a single-loaded house. So all the principal rooms, like you see here, the bedrooms are on one side of the corridor, and all you get on the other side of the corridor are things like stairs and a laundry room and very minor spaces. So in doing that, we already have a slender house, but we also have to comply with the average setbacks, which typically are taken off the front and both sides. And if we do it off of both sides, you see a dashed line there, the problem gets worse and worse. There's almost nothing left upstairs. So what we're doing is aggregating those setbacks, and they're all upstairs in the front and in the southern side. So we're trying to vary that thing there. So what you end up with is this house here. You can see it's a 26-foot wide house instead of 40 feet. The red line to the far right is where a typical house on an interior lot would reach. And you see the 5 feet off the property line there. And then you also have 5 feet on the other side toward the left and the 26 feet of the principal house. So that's where, you get 5 feet and 14 feet, and that's the 19 feet. So you can see a rather slender house trying to make good advantage of this difficult situation and create a reasonable house. So in satisfying the criteria, Walter went through them, and I'll go through them briefly again. So you can see you got special conditions exist, which are peculiar to the land. Obviously, the problem here, this was created in 1925. Another one is that the special conditions are not the result of the applicant. Again, created in 1925, and this is a 50-foot wide lot with a 50-foot setback. Littler interpretation of the code basically means you get no house. Not much of a house. This is not a severe hardship. This is a complete, devastating hardship. There's nothing left. The hardship has not been deliberately created by the applicant. Well, of course not. This was created in 1925, and then through earlier versions of the zoning code, which created the zoning map you saw and the other setback criteria. I don't know if I skipped one or not, but anyway, the applicant's desire or ability to achieve greater financial gain is not, should not be considered here. They're not trying to maximize anything. They're just creating a reasonable house like everybody else, and in fact, quite a bit smaller than all their other neighbors on the waterfront. And granting the variance conveys basically the same treatment. Of course it does. It allows them to have a house. It allows them to have a pool and a patio where you expect it. Nothing's really excessive here. It's very reasonable. The requested variance is the minimum possible. It pretty much is. As you can see from the floor plans, we've basically compressed the house in the primary direction where the issue lies, and you've got the corridor and minor spaces to the north of it and the bedrooms to the south. And finally, is the variance basically is the solution compatible with the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. And it is. This is the comprehensive plan predicts that a house would be here. I mean, you can see the gray stuff there. It isn't like they left the gray out of that zoning map saying this isn't a lot and they skipped over it. No, the comprehensive plan and the zoning map and the code all anticipated a house would be here. It just couldn't anticipate the uniqueness of this lot. So we respectfully request you grant these variances so this house can be built. It's a modest house. It's smaller than what could be built on even a inland interior lot, the typical lot, by a bit, and obviously much more slender than could be allowed. We're not asking for the southern setback to be varied back to the 5 feet typical of these lots, but to 19 feet. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Through the mayor.
Senator Lanford?
Just a couple of clarifications. So the 19 feet setback to the water side, you're going to use 14 of that for the pool, leaving literally just 5 feet of unoccupied from the seawall.
Yeah, so where the 5 feet comes from is that typically in most yards of these interior lots, you can't build within that 5 feet on the sides and at the back. So we're respecting that as well. And in the 14 feet that's left over, you get a pool and enough patio for safety around the pool.
Okay. And the pool is elevated to match the first floor landing, correct?
Right, so the seawall's getting elevated, and the pool has a choice of either being down low and staring at the back of the seawall or being elevated, so it's basically conforms to the level of the first floor.
And just, I'm confident our building official will verify that this is structurally sound based on how close it is to the seawall and the requirements to, obviously, piles, et cetera. And I see Mr. McGinnis nodding. He's going to make sure it's going to stand the test of time, right? Okay. All right. Thumbs up. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Vice Mayor.
I was at the P&Z board as well. One question, I believe it Mr. Clusis, maybe can answer. It passed 5-0 from the P and Z board?
Yes.
Okay. Tony, I know we're doing our zoning code rewrite, our fix and cleanup. Even during our cleanup, we wouldn't even catch something like this, right? I mean, this is the textbook variance. I believe that was stated at the last meeting.
Yeah, this property, because of the 50-foot setback from the water and the 50-foot width of the lot, this is textbook in that nothing could be built here, but for a variance.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second?
I have
Wait.
questions. How can you
If-
make motions before we have questions?
If I may,
But, okay, you don't even let anybody ask anything when you're already
Can
making
we please hear from the
motions.
attorney? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to speak. He's still speaking, and this one's already making motions.
Commissioner,
if I may, Mr. Mayor, it would be appropriate to hear from the public, if anyone has any comments on this.
I haven't spoken,
there's a process, so we're going to start with the public, and then we have
but
a
he got to
discussion.
speak, and Mary Ann also spoke. Fred spoke. Why can't I ask my questions?
Okay, so I'm correcting this now, and we are going to continue with the order of the hearing as written by the attorney, okay?
Well, I'd like to ask my questions.
Okay, during number 6, which is commission, will discuss and vote on the application. So right
But
now
then
we are
why
going.
did the other commissioners get to
Commissioner, we
ask
are
and I
moving on, and
didn't?
we are following the order of the meeting.
Excuse me?
We are moving on, and we are going to follow with the order of the meeting. So right now,
I'm
we are
not
going to
from
open
your
up for public
posse.
comment. We have two speakers, Mrs. Salzar and Mrs. Platt, if you don't mind standing up to be sworn in.
No, there's only 2. Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth? You may be seated. Thank you.
Commissioner, it's very hard to hear what's going on when you're talking and having a side meeting. You are welcome to leave the room and have a discussion with the attorney, but it's very distracting, and we can't conduct our business when you are having a side meeting.
Disrespecting me by not letting me speak when you
Commissioner, you are disrespecting the community and this commission as a whole by interrupting the process. So I'm going to ask you to please kindly wait your turn, and you will be given the chance to speak your mind.
Give
Thank you.
everybody the turn when they're supposed to.
Commissioner, I don't know what you're not understanding with that. So we'll start with our first speaker, Mr. Platt. Jeffrey?
Firstly, I'd like to, Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. Did you hear me?
I did.
Firstly, I'd like to state, should Jeff Rose represent that he will not build or remodel the home with the company, nor indirectly if he votes or otherwise abstain from voting on this project? Also, I ask that Commissioner Maishide not vote on this project since her significant other is the architect on this and will significantly gain financially because of this. I don't believe she should vote on this because it's, too close of a relationship. Secondly, I believe this is an unreasonable variance. The owner, when he bought the property, knew it was an unbuildable building lot. He knew it beforehand. Why did he buy something that was an unbuildable lot? Unless he expected something. Really? Oh, and it's another 3-story house. No matter what they talk about, that's a 3-story house. 1, 2, 3. That's what I see. 3 stories. You can change words, but you can't change physical things. I mean, I could say I'm 9 feet tall, but I'm only 6. I believe this is a deliberate attempt by the applicant to profit on a piece of property that was probably way below market value because it was an unbuildable lot. And to give him now a variance is like, sure, here's some money, we're gonna put it in your pocket. Better still, this is an unbuildable lot on the water. Vice Mayor Rose would be interested. This would be a wonderful place for a kayak launch. It's an unbuildable lot on the water on a street end. Wouldn't this be a good place? The town could buy this property and do something for the town with this property rather than put profit in another person's pocket that shouldn't be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Mrs. Salzauer?
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I think Jeff Platt put it perfectly clear. Why would anyone buy a piece of land that is unbuildable unless they knew that they would get a variance? I'm not I don't traffic in conspiracy theories, but when you read this book, the plot is becoming very clear here. We have residents that stood up and advocated for 3 stories. That resident then got a very profitable project to build those 3 stories and then stand up here and work on behalf of that buyer to lobby for those 3 stories. This is not speculation. This is not conspiracy. This is fact. There are 3 stories being built on an unbuildable lot by someone who is the significant other of a sitting commissioner who should be recusing themselves. Another sitting commissioner up here strongly advocated. It was his idea to put 3-story lots here. Actually, I think it was Commissioner Maison's proposal to put the 3 stories. Wow, this is really making a lot of sense. I'm connecting a lot of dots here tonight. Thank you for making this so clear. Somebody buys an unbuildable lot, a commissioner in a relationship with someone who designs such houses, puts a 3-story house on the lot and stands up here and asks you to approve it. Just because, by the way, the P&Z board, what's so interesting is that you are sitting up here and deferring to the P&Z board to approve it because the P&Z board approved it. But guess what? On a prior project, the P&Z board did not approve it. The P&Z board objected to the construction, and they objected to the Hillcrest, and so they said that they need to do a couple of things to tweak it. But yet, you guys steamrolled all over that. You went, too bad, we don't care what the P&Z board thinks. So when you cherry pick, we're going to respect the P&Z board, and we're going to disregard the P&Z board. From the same table here, it's a little bit hypocritical. It's a lot hypocritical. Again, Jeff Platt makes a wonderful, wonderful point here. This would be an ideal kayak launch. I bet this piece of land was probably available cheap, but for these variances. And a hardship is not having a swimming pool. Hardship, if you look up the word hardship in the dictionary, not having a swimming pool is unfortunately not one of them. So unfortunately, they bought a piece of land that didn't have the clearance to put a swimming pool. I guess they're going to have to walk the 2 blocks to the ocean to use nature's swimming pool, or our community center to use that swimming pool. The word hardship has a meaning, and hardship means a hardship. And I'm not seeing one here other than loss of profit. And if they made a bad investment in a piece of land that was unbuildable, sorry, but I can't help them, and it's not your job to rescue them from that. And those are all my points, and they're pretty clear. I'm sure a lot of other residents, had they understood the format of how to talk, would have gotten up and spoken on this issue as well. So with that, I would urge, again, Commissioner Rose and Commissioner Maisha to recuse themselves. Maybe you have the votes to put it through without it, but there's certainly an appearance of impropriety if either of you vote on this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, there are rules in this proceeding, so I'm going to ask you to please refrain from clapping, refrain from disturbing. The speakers are free to speak, and then we go ahead and discuss it. So there are rules against this. This is written in the town code. I'm going to ask you to please refrain from clapping or hooting or hollering after a speaker is done. I appreciate it. At this time, we are going to close public comment because there is no more. What do you want to do, George?
Well, I'm the applicant or the applicant's agent. I would like to respond.
You do have the option to rebut, yes.
Yes. So a few things. One, this house does have an understory, but that's not material to tonight's thing. They could easily park out in front of the house and we could wall that off and fill it with dirt. The variances have nothing to do with the understory, so that's one thing. Hardships are very clear in the zoning code. The standard that they're being held to is not to a homeless person. I mean, there are hardships and there are hardships, but under the zoning code, the hardship has to do with, do you reasonably get what your neighbors can enjoy? That's how a hardship is defined. It's in the criteria. And that's what they're not asking for a 12,000 square foot house or an 8,000 square foot house, the way a lot of their neighbors are. They're asking for a house, and a house on the water, and some of the features, not the big pool that the neighbors have, but some of the features that the neighbors have. That's how the code is written. Did the neighbor buy an unbuildable lot? They bought a lot that was subject to zoning that placed constraints on it, and the code doesn't have to be unbuildable to be remedied by a variance. You had a pie-shaped lot a couple months ago that imposed severe setbacks on it. No one ever said that lot was unbuildable, but it did provide great constraints on that house, and you chose to grant them variances. So it has nothing to do with whether the lot was unbuildable or not. This owner saw an empty lot. He recognized that there was challenges in the zoning code, and he recognized that there is no guarantee here that the burden is on him to demonstrate that he could do this reasonably. He could have come up with a different house that might have been more excessive, and you would look at it differently. So the fact that the lot is unbuildable is no reason to say that he had no expectation of being able to do here. The zoning code creates that expectation. That's the whole point of a variance. Too much of the rhetoric you hear in this town is that a variance is a loophole. It's a way to escape, somehow to sneak by what's in the zoning code and to get more, or to get bigger, or taller, or better, like I said before. That's not what it is. Finally, I won't address the give any dignity to the other comments you heard about. I won't delve into Commissioner Rose's business affiliations in any respect, and any of the other comments you heard. Nobody profits from this than the modest profit I made by doing the drawings, and the owner, the enjoyment they will get from building this house. And I'll answer any other questions. I believe Commissioner Velasquez had questions. I'm happy to answer those.
Commissioner?
Okay. Does this house have a rooftop deck?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What's the setback on the rooftop deck?
On three sides, it's 10 feet on the west, 10 feet on the east, 10 feet on the north. There's a stair that comes up, which isn't the primary part of the roof thing, and that basically comes up the side of the house and then
And
attaches.
where's the setback on the waterfront?
And on the waterfront, it is 2 feet back, actually 2 feet, 8 feet back from the edge of the roof there that you see, right there under the arrow by the 14-foot mark there. So the roof is back there. In the inversions that the erstwhile Burkett Commission was considering, of course, right up until the end, they had acknowledged that the waterfront, water-facing sides of roofs would be able to go to the edge of the building, and that it was the front and the sides that would be limited just like everywhere else. They recognized that in H40A. That was the intent at the time. This house is on a weird lot in the sense that, is the waterfront side a side or the back? With all the other lots, of course, the 88th Street lots, typically the waterfront side is the back. So the normal characterizations of rear, side, and front setbacks when we're talking about something that has a relationship to the water don't quite apply in the same way. But anyway, any other questions? I'm happy to answer.
So the setback here should be 10 feet according to code. This does not have 10 feet. And you're not asking for a variance for this particular terrace
We believe it applies under the variance that was created by the consolidation of the average setbacks, and the language and the intent of the zoning code or the commission under the rewrite.
Okay.
And I'll read you
Where's Walter?
I'll read you the paragraph. Yeah. I'll read you the paragraph here. Where the roof deck and any elements of the deck, including decking, railings, access stairs, handrails, screening, shade structures, is on a second story or first story exceeding a roof height of 20 feet. Remember, that was a big concern of the previous commission, that when is a low roof, and when is a high roof, a high roof. Exceeding a roof height of 20 feet from the crown of the road, the usable roof deck shall be set back from all vertical extensions of the exterior walls of the floor underneath by at least 10 feet for all sides except the elevation facing the water in any home within the H30A district.
But that's if that portion is the back of the property. Technically, this is the side of the property because.
But it is also facing the water.
Yeah, but it's not the back.
Here
So
it
you
says
want,
for all
no,
sides
you need to
except
have a
No,
variance.
here it says for all sides except the elevation facing the water. It doesn't say the rear elevation, it says the elevation facing the water.
Where can I find that in here?
Okay, so at this time, we're going to put this item on hold because it's 8:15, and by charter, we need to start good on welfare. So, George, I appreciate it if you'll stick around tonight. We're going to open up to good and welfare. I'm going to remind everybody to please keep your discussion items to items that are not on tonight's agenda as per our town code. Gerardo. Julio. Also second? You circle good and welfare. You don't want to talk about that? It says good and welfare. All right. Bob? Bob Fisher, you here?
Good evening. Bob Fisher, 9200 Carlisle. 4 points. All infrastructure, no politics. Let's get started. What we're sitting in here is a town hall, a government building. And if you could go back to your political science, anybody took political science, they describe a government building. And I did get permission on this. There are 3 flagpoles. The first flagpole, the tallest one, is United States flag. The second highest is the state of Florida, and the third highest is a visiting government. So we just had Israel when we had the collapse, okay? Or if the president came, we can raise that. That's all it's supposed to be. It's governmental. The second part of this is community center. Now, the community center can have all kinds of flags. The monthly flag, whatever that is. I mean, I think this month is breastfeeding month. Not kidding, swear to God. Okay, so each month is different, and you can raise those flags. Also, we need in the community center, like ocean, the weather, sharks, rip currents. Whatever needs to be there to let the people know what's going on in our area. Let's go to the second part, part number 2 now. This is called, we are in a nature reserve. A lot of people don't know that. And Surfside's got a lot of pets. I say pets, excuse me, we call them pets. But we have a lot of things like raccoons and possums and turtles and snakes and garden snakes, coral snakes, lizards, squirrels, birds, rats, feral cats. If we had to remove all those predators and allow the rats come in, we would have a plague here. So the whole purpose of these other predators is to get rid of a lot of the rats that come over the seawalls on the east side and on the west side. 3, homes and houses. Hey, it's starting to look nice out there. A lot of the houses I passed by on the north part of Surfside have all cleaned up. They all look nice, they've been vandalized. Even the high rises have roofs. That looks kind of pretty. Surprise, surprise. Lastly, now I want to talk about the schools. Now this has nothing to do with the resource officer. his infrastructure. What we just saw a couple weeks ago was a police going back and forth in and out of the rooms. That takes minutes to find that bad guy. My suggestion is to get a blowout window, okay, a flotation device that goes down, and have the kids slide down, just like you do in the airplanes. This will save not minutes, but seconds and a lot of lives. So it's something to think about. Thank you again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Jeffrey Platt? Mr. Platt?
What do you like, the guy at the red light who honks his horn as soon as the light changes?
You look like you were sleeping. Your head was down. You're not
I was just doing, Jeffrey
I
Platt.
don't know if we lost you for the
1925 Collins Avenue, blah, 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 blah. Okay, under good and welfare. I've been witnessing the Public Works Department redoing the 92nd Street entranceway to the beach, from the street end out to the beach. We used to have these beautiful black rocks lining both ends and the trees. They've removed them because some people have taken some of the rocks. Okay, instead of replacing them, they decided to do something entirely different. They put grass there, which is the most stupid idea in the world. Every dog that comes down 92nd Street is now gonna do their business on this grass. I even talked to the people installing the grass who said this was a ridiculous idea and the grass is gonna have to be replaced in 3 months anyway because the dogs are gonna turn it yellow with their waste products. But that's what the town wants to spend this money on. I believe the town spends its money without even thinking anymore. This project in the dunes I've been hearing about that you're gonna raise and stuff like that. My question is, are you gonna make the surf club finally clean up their dune system of all the building stuff and toxic waste that they put into their dune system when they first put the stuff out on the beach? They were supposed to clean it up off the beach, what they did, but they never cleaned it up off of their dune system. Never. It's still there. All the construction waste, all the toxic material is still sitting in their dune system. Okay. Third, I believe the mayor is unfit emotionally and intellectually to be the mayor. He's a homophobic fanatic who does not serve this community. He serves a small portion of this community, and I don't have to mention where they're located. We all know it's that big white monster that's up on 96th Street, which was the worst idea Surfside ever did. I don't think you should be the mayor. I think you should resign. I think you have shown that you're unfit. You've thrown people out. You talk about this decorum thing like it's written in stone, like it's the only thing that matters. This is an open forum. We're a community. If you don't like the way we comment, too bad. You know, this is not like I'm running a fire drill and you must button your lips at all minutes while anybody else is speaking. That doesn't happen in any other commission in the country, but you want it here. I think you're unfit.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Eliana?
Aliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. The first thing I want to say is these 5:30 meetings can't happen. They are evading public input and public participation. As you can see, it's hard for residents to even participate at 7 o'clock at night. To hold a meeting deliberately at 5:30 is a work around the sunshine rules. It's holding meetings where no one can attend, especially when huge decisions are made at those meetings. I think every resident needs to be aware that tonight, 4 of the commissioners voted to make every street in town a one-way street and to paint a bike lane on the streets. What this means is that residents on 50% of the residents will no longer be able to park in front of their own homes. This is not me making this up. You can watch the earlier meeting, and I would urge residents at home to watch that discussion to see how cavalierly the elected officials decided to disregard any public input before making such a huge decision. And if residents can't be bothered to carry a towel to the beach, do you think they're going to be happy about having to park across the street and unload a minivan full of kids and schlep their groceries an additional 30 feet from their homes? Or not be able to park in front of their house? As is, we have, quote, a parking shortage in town. What do you think you just created? Another reason to maybe build a parking garage more blocks away. These dots are connecting, and this isn't okay. It's not okay to disregard residents the way you're doing with your decisions. And furthermore, I understand that some of these commissioners are very upset about dogs being on the beach, and I agree. Dogs on the beach is a problem. But dogs won't be the only animals on the beach if you ever entertain food service on the beach. If you entertain food service on the beach, you'll be praying that the dogs come back. That will be the least of your problems. There will be opossums, there will be cats, there will be every single wildlife. Raccoon will be out there on the beach for the free meal because people are pigs and they don't clean up, and that's the truth, especially tourists. Do not allow food service on the beach today or ever. That shouldn't even be an item to entertain. Okay, all that is something that's being driven by someone.
I'm pausing your timer, but I'm going to remind you that item is on for discussion tonight. So
what item? Food service is not on the agenda?
It's on, we're talking about beach service, so please refrain from
I didn't
commenting
see
on that. Thank
that,
you.
sorry. I didn't realize you were adding food service to the beach tonight. Okay, sorry. Wow, that's a sneaky one. Alrighty, so I'll talk about that later then. Unbelievable.
They didn't even vote on it.
Yeah, wow. Wow, full of surprises. That's so exciting. Okay. I'm taking that one in. The agenda items.
Mrs. Salazar, hold on one second. I pause your time. Commissioner, it is very hard to hear the member of the public when you're talking the entire time. There are rules of decorum, as stated. These are in the town charter, and I would ask that you please respect them, respect the commission, respect the public, respect the town that you serve, and please wait your turn and you'll be able to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mrs. Salazar, please continue.
Okay, thank you. Another item I want to point out is that you have, there's an item on the agenda for discussion, I think that got moved from the earlier meeting, so I'm hoping that we'll have a chance to speak about that later. But I want to point out that calling what happened at Champlain, calling that spot 98 points of light way is lovely, but it doesn't say anything about Champlain. It doesn't say anything that would remind people that a terrible tragedy happened there, and I think that's important. I think this title is something that people will eventually not know what means, and I think those people they need to never be forgotten, and we need a substantial memorial on that site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Salazar. Gerardo?
Thanks. Gerardo Vildostegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. Thank you for the extra time to collect my thoughts. I'm, in a good way. I feel like I passed a kidney stone tonight, and so I was planning on saying something very different during the good and welfare section, but instead I have other thoughts, and I can finally talk about ideas I have for the town, and I'm really glad to be back doing that. I just want to say I also agree that 5:30 meetings are really not great. I think they may have been well-intentioned because I know the alternative is very late meetings, and we're kind of stuck one way or the other. But I had to reschedule work to be here. It was important to me to be here, but I can't always do that, and a lot of people weren't here. So it's a good effort. We need to find a way to get more time for citizen input, but I don't think that's it. A couple things that I was scribbling down because I changed my plans. My partner and I go running a lot in the mornings, and we noticed that in the entrance to Indian Creek, there are so many idling trucks, big trucks with diesel engines. And a topic that's going to come back again later tonight is the incredible harm done to people's health by particulate air pollution. Remember that phrase, particulate matter, because in the coming years, you're going to hear a lot about it, about how people's lives are cut short by breathing small particles in. Those idling trucks are really obnoxious. I don't know what's going on if Indian Creek is not letting them in before a certain hour, but they're just waiting there at the corner of 91st and Bay Drive with their engines on, and they're polluting all the air around that area. So I'd consider, please either pass some kind of law against this, or if we have one already, enforce it. Secondly, I want to make you all aware, Miami Beach is considering, I think maybe they are in the process of passing a smoking ban on their beaches. I think we need to follow suit with that. Cigarette butts are a horrible form of toxic plastic litter. And we don't want to get into a situation where Miami Beach bans them and we allow them, and then we become the beach that smokers go to. So I know that the mayor's libertarianism sort of counsels against regulations, but we have to follow what our bigger neighbor to the south does. And so if they ban smoking on the beaches, I think we should do it as well, particularly if you're going to be increasing the number of beach chairs. Now, I plan to speak against that, but if we do wind up with more chairs on the beach, we want to make sure that those chairs don't bring more cigarette butts to the beach. And I think we need to take a proactive step either way to ban smoking on the beaches. Finally, on the topic of raccoons, a neighbor came and spoke to them about them last time, and I don't think she's here tonight. I think we need to tread carefully here. Raccoons are native mammals. They are natural predators of iguanas, and one of the things they do is eat iguana eggs. So the neighbor complained about raccoons, and then suddenly we said, okay, we're going to look into that. We're going to, kill or relocate the raccoons. And I'm like, whoa. We need to study that because it's much better to have the raccoons here than the iguanas. And there are probably a lot of things that homeowners can do to mitigate the harm of raccoons short of killing them or relocating them. I think it's very dangerous to mess with the natural ecosystem, and raccoons are native mammals. Iguanas are not. They're invasive, and they do a lot of harm. Iguanas can rip up your roof tiles. They're really a problem. So I wouldn't get rid of the natural predator of the iguana egg. We kind of need those guys around. So anyway, happy to be talking about some new topics.
Thank you, Jerry. Marcio Luchis.
Good evening, Marcio Lucchesi, 9200 Bay Drive. I just want to voice something that my neighbors are talking about it, chat groups and everything. With everything that's going on here, all the issues, it is crystal clear what we don't want to happen. It's crystal clear. And the only thing that we're starting to think about it, the smell of corruption is starting to rise pretty high. And we start thinking about that it's something that's a lot more involved than just politics in here. And I think it's time for the city, for our residents, to really start digging a little bit, because the city residents are crystal clear. 9 out of 10 people in this town are against some of the proposals that some of you are pushing very hard. And how can we understand this? What's behind this? Something is starting to smell very different. And we that come from South America and from New York, we understand exactly how this works. So I just want to put you guys on notice that the people that are voting here are talking about this and are really thinking there is something much beyond just politics in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcio. Clara Diaz.
Clara Diaz Leal, 425 95th Street. You always forget my last name. One of the things that I would like to talk about today is about making important decisions with everybody involved. If the decisions are good, if your choices are good choices that you believe are in the best interest of the town, well, we are the town. So if you can provide clarity and you think you can gain consensus, you should bring those forth. You probably should not do those at 5 p.m. or at 5:30 when nobody can join, or when you add something at the very last minute and nobody knows you will be discussing the item. Things that are impactful to our community, you should not do in that fashion. You shouldn't want to. It's somewhat dishonest for us not to know, not to be able to opine, and then to have it be a stated item that you're already doing something with. For example, today I believe you talked about one-way streets. It could be a wonderful idea. Do a charrette. Let's talk about it. Take action. You guys are awesome. You can do that. It's in your purview. But if you do it in silence, without anybody else being part of the decision-making process, we don't believe you so much. You need to gain consensus and stop with the fighting. You'll get that if you don't open yourself up to parlaying about the issues. So again, I would be completely opposed to north and south every other street, right? Specifically because, I don't know, Carlisle's closed, Abbott only goes one way, Bay will be closed for a park, so that makes no sense. So why don't you let us all be part of that? I know you're going, yeah, that's not what we said, but how in the heck would we know since we weren't invited to your party? Right? So I think it's important to say these are good ideas. Like gating could be a great idea. Invite us in, have a charrette. Let's talk about important issues. Don't do it in silence. It's not good. Doesn't mean you don't have good ideas and that your intentions are not good. They may be the best. You're not going about it the best way. Listen, we haven't talked about traffic in a long time. I can't get off this floor without saying every 18-wheeler, every concrete truck comes through Byron, turns off of 95th. You guys need to help us. It's not safe. You had to go replace the circle because the rocks were everywhere. I don't know, who do you think goes and tramples on that? The 18-wheelers, the concrete trucks, the tow trucks? It's all day, every day. It's not safe. We have a lot of children on that street. It's the only street. You need to take care of this for us.
Thank you, Clara Diaz-Leal. Joanna Katz?
Hi, Joanna Cates, 9141 Froud. I want to commend the commission on passing the raising the flag next year. I don't like to public speak. I get nervous. I want to talk about the decorum thing. We are not elected officials. We don't know how this goes. The idea that the mayor throws people out and then picks them out for going outside of his comfort zone is not okay. I don't know what you want us to talk about. We don't know the process that well. You need to take it back a little bit and not make people feel like they can't come up here. That's it, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Hannah Danziger? You'll be fine.
Hannah Danziger, 9000 Harding. Hi, everyone. I really hate talking, but I just wanted to say that first, the street lights in Surfside are really bad. I can't see anything when I drive at night, and if possible, if there is a way to fix that, that would be great. As everybody knows what was going on in Israel this past weekend, I think we should really fly a flag for the IDF, since we do have a large community here in Bell Harbor and Bay Harbor where kids do draft, as I do know personally. We should have a flag to support them. I have so much to say.
You got 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Stop. This town, it's so beautiful that everyone here talks about inclusivity and love and respect, and everyone in this room, the people, the way you talk, it's disgusting. It really is. There's a way to talk to elected officials in a respectful way. You may not agree with them, but there is a way to talk. And everyone in the back is disagreeing with me because I'm the mayor's daughter, but let's be honest. When the elected officials' kids came up and spoke, nobody laughed at them, and nobody spoke and mumbled. So whoever wants love and unity, please look within yourselves and fix it first within yourselves before going in front of a town and asking for it in a disgusting way. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping, as much as we may want to, but. All right, seeing that there's no other people, I'm going to close public comments, and the commission now has 3 minutes to respond. Commissioner Velasquez?
Sure. Regarding your comment, Clara, yes, they want to put one-way streets. That's exactly what they talked about. And we can look at the video, and that's exactly what they're bringing here. Disregarding the residents that live on these streets, whether they can park on the street or they have a space on their lots to put their cars. No regard to ask any resident how they feel about this one-way street. As we know that years ago, that was a total disaster. Total disaster. Our town cannot have these streets put one way and have sidewalks. It's not designed that way. And walkability may not be something that we can actually have in our town in that way. Maybe something that we should do is maybe put roundabouts in every street so you can slow down cars and have beautiful trees in those roundabouts and beautiful greenery and beautify our town that way. But to put some white lines on the street, I don't think is the right thing to do. Okay. What were the other comments? Street lights, I do agree, we do need more street lights. That I am 100% in agreement with. Some of our streets are very dark, and that's something that we should definitely address, as there is a need for that. What were the other things? Oh, smoking policy on the beach. Definitely agree with that. I don't think that we should have cigarette butts all over the place, and people, they want to smoke, they should smoke by their property, and that's it. Pick up your cigarette butts and not do this in front of other people. You're not allowed to smoke in a restaurant. Why should you be allowed to smoke on the beach when we have children and animals and people trying to enjoy the beautiful beaches that we have? So that's what I got to say on that. Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming here tonight and expressing your feelings.
Commissioner Mashed?
One of the subjects that came up several times was about the 5:30 meeting, and this was instituted as a possible solution for going over midnight. I mean, it's very difficult to make decisions that late at night. So we're just trying this out, and I mean, 5:30 is more reasonable than making and trying to get things done rather than at midnight. And so I hope we can just try this out. It's not written in stone, but that's the whole purpose of this. Nothing nefarious. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanza?
Just a couple of thoughts in response. Certainly your input's welcome. I appreciate it. I'm surprised that more of you didn't come up for good and welfare, but thank you. I'm glad the kidney stone passed. Good. The pain is gone, I can imagine. A couple of thoughts, and you know, the public comes up and we hear these ideas. We need more information, certainly. Smoking on the beach, great idea to ban it, but who's going to enforce that? How does Miami Beach plan to actually enforce keeping people from having a cigarette that they perhaps hide and not smoke? I think smoking is a vile addiction. People shouldn't do it. I don't do it. My family doesn't do it. But how do you propose to really enforce that? Let's be logical and reasonable. We can put up signs and discouraging it, but again, I'm not going to hire more police or code enforcement officers to look for smokers. So again, if you have those ideas, make sure that they're rational, thoughtful, and in this case, enforceable. Please. To the point about 5:30 meetings, it's a catch-22. I've been coming to meetings for years, prior commissions. One of the failings of the last commission was they spent 4 hours on one topic till midnight, and then they had to go home and they didn't get to any other business for the town. So there was very little action, and they didn't schedule any additional meetings. This commission has scheduled additional meetings on other days at 7, 5:30 to try to accommodate getting the business of the town accomplished with the public. I've got to be here at 5:30. I still have a full-time job to deal with, and I understand not everyone can be here. But it's not to hide anything. It's not to make things. These are recorded. We're on TV. People can watch these back. So please, if you have a suggestion about how to do this, we're here till midnight or 1 in the morning anyway to try to get our stuff done. And yes, it's difficult to make good decisions, to get good interaction, good conversation when we're all exhausted because we just haven't had enough time. So if you have an idea, bring it to us, but don't suggest that we're being evading sunshine, we're evading the public. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your ideas. But we have to have the opportunity to do business together, because this is our only chance to do business together. Please, if it's another day you want us to meet at 7, we can do that. If you're going to come, maybe that's an idea. We've done several meetings off-cycle, special meetings for topics. Maybe we do more meetings. But again, that requires town staff, and they have to be accommodated for that. So it's not as easy to say simply yes. But yes, we as a commission should look at options to make sure. But yes, thank you for changing your schedule to be here. I did as well, to make sure I was here at 5:30. I'll get off that horse now. One-way streets. To clarify, earlier we discussed ways to make our town more walkable, as we discussed many times. We did not decide to make all of our streets in Surfside one-way streets. We did not do that. All we did, time me?
Just finish it up quickly.
All you did, you're timing me, Mr. Mayor.
It's 3 minutes to code. Sorry,
All we did was ask our Director of Public Works to come to us with ideas and plans how to make our town more walkable. Does it include the possibility of some one-way streets and some sidewalks? It may. We did not decide to do that.
Yeah, we got it.
I will end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. I'm going to piggyback off Commissioner Landsman. What we did decide was get a cost on what it would be to do one-way streets on the streets, not the avenues. If you watch the minutes, that is what it's going to reflect. I know there's a lot of misinformation going out there by a former elected official. I'll address another topic. We decided to have special meetings at 5:30 because town staff is already here. At the last meeting, a former commissioner complained it was too late. Don't do anything. Don't keep this meeting going. Now, to be more accommodating, we do it early, and now we hear a complaint again. It's absurd. Whatever we do, we say black, you say white. You say orange, you say green. And it's going to be consistent like that, as you're going to see throughout the rest of the night. In regards to, Jerry, what you said about the Indian Creek, I believe that gate is at 8 o'clock, that they let you in maybe 8:30. That's why you're seeing it. I see the same trucks too as I'm driving around the town. In regards to the smoking, great idea. My concerns are the same as yours. Hannah, in regards to what you said, it's completely true. People in the crowd did not smirk or make any comments, but because of who you are, there is no respect, and it's unfortunate. This commission is here to listen to you. We may not agree with all you, but we are going to listen to you, and we hope you will listen to the same. You know, you see 20 people, maybe 25 people show up at a room. But if I get an email signed by 400 residents that are voting residents, not a survey or a change.org for non-voting residents, I care about voting residents that voted here. And when I see something, as you're going to see later tonight, I'm not going to just change, or some of us, we don't just blow over and change our vote. We take all of our residents, not just if there's 20 yelling at us that don't agree with us on one topic. We are going to listen to every single one of you, and I hope you guys listen back. But also know, not everybody can make it here to these meetings. We respond to emails, we respond to calls, to text. We have other people that we hear from. So just because 20 people at a meeting say they don't want something, you may not know that we got an email from 400 people with signatures from residents that say they do want something. So just please take that into account when you are hearing every single item, and read every single item in it. Just like the information about the food. If you actually took the time to read the whole entire ordinance, food, beverage, alcohol, that's all actually being discussed in the ordinance. It's not our problem or our fault that somebody says it's not in there, once again giving misinformation when it's clearly in there. So please, we will listen to you, but also listen to us. When we get to the beach chairs, please listen to us as well. Somebody talked about it, so that's why I strayed a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. I'm sorry, you are not Commissioner. Commissioner, can I please get my 3 minutes? Thank you. I'm going to start again quickly. I'm going to try to run through a few of these points. The 5:30 meeting is discussed multiple times through the commission. We've been here till 1:30 in the morning trying to get the city's work done. It's hard to make these decisions at 12:30 at night when we've been in here, some of us, all day. We're here 23 hours a day, some of these on meeting days, and we don't want to be making these decisions at 1 o'clock. We've had that complaint from residents that we're doing this too late, we're sneaking it by, we do it earlier, we're sneaking it by. It's not fair to the staff to be here till 1 in the morning. We can't be expected to make these decisions at that time. We try to do something earlier so we can get to them. The same people who were here before are here now, so it doesn't seem to be such a big issue for a lot of you. But the concept is for us to get some of these items. And these are discussion items. Everything that's going to come back is going to be ordinances. There are going to be changes. They'll be at the regular meeting. I don't even want to waste time on this, but trucks with engines on. I don't know if you expect them to turn their engines off and sit in the hot cabin. I think within 20 minutes it becomes lethal. You know, for them, the temperature goes up within a locked car with no windows and things. I don't know, you know, in the Florida heat. Another comment, 9 out of 10 residents are opposed to what our commission action. It's funny because we campaigned on certain items and we're sitting here now. We were very open and transparent of what we stood for and what we wanted to push, including one-way streets, including walkability within town, and here we sit. To get rid of everybody, we want public input on everything. That's not how democracy works. You go out, you campaign on your items. People that like your items put you into office, and this is not a community input on every single item. That's not how government works. If the speaker that got up and said she didn't know about decorum, well, I've been printing out decorum sheets for the last couple of meetings, the last couple of months. I've stated it at the beginning of every meeting, probably for the last 6 to 8 meetings. It is printed at the beginning of every agenda, the town code on decorum. So I don't know how much more I can put it out there, but there are rules in place about how these meetings should work so we can get to the job of governing, so we don't get disturbed. So it's not a free-for-all. Streetlights, that is a concern. That's something that I know I've spoken with Hector. We are working on addressing them, but in hopefully it started years ago. It was pushed off, but we'd like to address more of the dark spots before we go to FPL instead of doing just one light at a time. As far as my daughter's comment, yes, you know, there was a big push to get this pride flag, even though the gay community has not been harassed in Surfside or Miami for decades. It's been fine. However, the Jewish community seems to have gotten hate mail the last couple of months. We hear some residents get up here and straight out speak anti-Semitic comments, which I have to listen to, but it's still disgusting, and we as a community don't seem to say anything. So I just think it's important to be aware of what is going on today and what we're facing. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming, and we'll continue with this meeting. So and now good and welfare is complete. We're going to go back to 2A, which was the quasi-judicial hearing. Commissioner Velasquez had finished interrogating George. Everybody gets a certain amount of time, so we're going to move the questions on. If there's any other,
I did not finish.
Everybody gets a certain amount of time, and we
But
will
I
come back
only
to
made
you.
one
Commissioner, we
question.
will come back to you. It's not one person. You sat for 10 minutes, which by code is what it was. I watched the clock, and now we're going to move on. Are there any other? Public comment is closed right now, Mr. Platt.
George had rebuttal. Is there some rebuttal?
I'm sorry, Mr. Platt. Public comment is closed.
I'm talking about point of order.
You don't get to make points of order. The public comment is closed. The public comment portion of this meeting is now closed. We're moving on to commission discussion. Commissioner Meischeid, anybody have any questions on this item?
On the quasi, we're getting back to the quasi.
Yes, we're going back to this variant.
Yes, I
George,
do.
if you would want to make yourself available to some.
Well, actually, I wanted to restate that our town planner, Mr. Keller, has said that this meets the criteria for granting a variance. And do you have any other comment on that? For the record, again.
Walter Keller, Town Planner. I believe this variance does meet the criteria. There was an existing house on the property. It wasn't vacant. It's an old platted lot. The zoning on the lot is...
I'm sorry, Mr. Hold on. Commissioner, again, it is very hard for us to listen to the speakers when you are talking.
I'm sorry, but I am complaining to our town attorney.
You do that on the side. You can go outside and you're...
As I was talking
Commissioner.
before we went into public comment.
Commissioner,
And
you are...
completely cut me off. I was asking questions to the applicant, and when we came back, you claimed that I've been on there for 10 minutes when I asked one question. One question out of
Can we
all the
continue
questions
proceeding
that I
with the
asked.
meeting?
No, because you are constantly
You are constantly shutting my voice down, and you are not letting me do.
You are talking over two speakers right now, Commissioner, so I'm going to ask you to stop before we go on recess and escalate this to the next level. So I'm going to ask you to respect the commission and respect the proceedings, respect the laws, the town laws. Go look through the town charter if you want to take a minute. Section 2-206, Rule 7.05. Maybe read through it. Thank you. Mr. Keller, if you don't mind.
Thank you. So this lot is zone H30A. Those lots normally are 8,000 or more square feet. This lot is the size of an H30B lot, just happens to be on the water, and that's why it's a non-conforming lot. So I do believe that the variance that's been submitted meets and qualifies, and that's why staff is recommending approval.
And just due to the nature of comments tonight, would you reiterate, or would you agree that variances are very difficult to get unless you meet very strict criteria, of which you just noted that you agree that this criteria was met?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd also like to ask our Tony Riccio regarding, thank you, Walter. Do you concur with the results of the planning and zoning meeting where all 5 of the members agreed that this variance met the criteria? And do you have any other comments?
Through the mayor, so yeah, I don't have an opinion on the concurrence. They determined that it met the criteria. They agreed with the town planner. They approved it subject to conditions. That's what's before you this evening, their recommendation of approval.
Thank you.
Commissioner, any questions?
Maybe just one question and then a comment perhaps to Mr. Keller and Ms. Resio. The rooftop deck, et cetera, everything else fits code, correct? There's nothing else that's outside of our code per the plan. Yes, correct? Just want to just double verify.
I believe the rooftop deck does not meet code the way it is right now. The code, I think, says there needs to be a 10-foot setback on sides and rear. And through the way this lot is set, I don't believe it meets that. I believe the applicant would need to come back and get that as a separate variance.
Was that a condition that the P&Z board indicated when they made their recommendation?
It was a condition that was missed.
That was missed? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we can add that as part of the approval for the variance here?
No.
We cannot?
I do not believe you can because it wasn't advertised.
No,
Mr. Resio.
I think if I understand the question correctly, Mr. Landsman, you're saying, can you add that as a condition that the setback be provided on the rooftop deck? That is yes, you can add that as a condition, that the plan be modified to meet code.
Okay, so P&Z missed it, we can add that to verify it's within code, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner
Only if they want
Velasquez. Tony, please. Commissioner Velasquez, again, there is an order and a process. Please wait your turn.
So it's, again, to clarify, Mr. Resio, thank you, through the mayor.
Okay.
We can add that condition as P&Z does add conditions to this approval to make sure that it fits within code for that rooftop deck.
It would have to be altered to meet code. What's
Correct.
provided on the plan would have to be altered to meet code.
Correct.
It would
Okay.
not be approving what is on the plan on the roof.
Okay, okay. So I think as we look at this, we should include that. It didn't sound kosher. So the other, just a comment and
Towards the commission.
to the commission, yeah. My assumption is there's a family that wants to build a home on a piece of land they purchased in Surfside. Are they doing it for profit? I don't think so. I think they're doing it to live in the home, to be part of our community. We need to take that into consideration when we look at this as not a flipping of a house to make a profit, but someone to live in a home. If you realize that the 50-foot setback is impossible, no one could live there, no one could build anything. They couldn't conceivably I guess they could put a mobile home there and live in the mobile home if they so chose, but that's not going to be plausible. So taking that into consideration, it's to add a family to our community and a beautiful home that will add to our overall ambiance. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor?
So, so this is, I guess, a question for the mayor to the town attorney. So I know we're going in the process of cleaning up the language in the zoning code. That's going to be something that's happened. So this was clearly something, when we fixed the zoning code, that this property would be allowed to have a roof deck because it's facing the water and there's some some ambiguous language. So if they want a roof deck, they're coming back for a second variance once we fix the language, or they have to come back if they want a roof deck, because there's some non-clear language, ambiguous language in the zoning code, which we're in the process of cleaning up. What would be if they want it? Are we doing another variance? Is it something we could approve now because we haven't cleaned up the language? That's
Right, so
Yeah.
through the mayor, the roof deck is allowed.
Right.
It just has requirements.
Right.
Those requirements, if you just heard from the town planner, requires setbacks from the side and rear portions of the building.
Right.
Okay, it has to be set back 10 feet.
Mhm.
So they don't need a variance if they modify the roof deck to meet code.
Right.
If they want to come back and have that railing closer to the wall, they could seek a separate variance. But that was not
okay.
noticed for
I
this
would
meeting.
just, because even, right, that was the one question. And even if we fix the code, because we don't want lots to be stuck because we have some ambiguous language, we probably wouldn't have even caught something like this at the time on this lot. So either way, they would probably come in for a variance. We're not gonna be able to catch something like this when we're fixing the zoning code.
This is a unique situation.
All right, Commissioner Velasquez?
Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, so then for the rooftop deck, either you put it the 10 feet back or they have to come back for a new variance, correct? For the rooftop deck, Tony?
The 10 feet, through the mayor, 10 feet from the side or rear of the building, I believe is what the town planner said.
Okay, so they have to come back and make, with the new variance for the rooftop deck, if they want it on the edge of the building.
Correct, if they want it on the edge of the building. If they want to pull it back, they don't have to come back.
If they don't have, okay, so that's something that you need to fix, if you want that
Mayor, if I
rooftop
may,
deck.
the motion,
Another?
I'm sorry. I just want to say that the motion that was on the floor has to be amended to include that.
Well, there was no motion.
Yes, there was a motion and a second, done before good and welfare.
Okay.
I made a motion as
Excuse
is.
me, I'm talking. Neither do you. Okay, so to the applicant. Now, I've always known that the first floor is 40% of the lot, correct? And the second floor has to be 80% of the 40%, correct? Okay, so how big is this second floor? Because I don't see any indentations in this building at all. I mean, you're really creating a full box. There's no areas pushed in, as you yourself have always mentioned here, that you have to push in a little bit in, tuck in over here, nip over there, push over there. Can you kindly show me where exactly it is that you're, or is that another variance that you're
No.
asking for that's not attached to this application?
The second floor is pushed in off of the front and mostly off of the southern side. And you can see that on
which
A101.
one? I'm sorry?
You can see that on A101.
A101, okay. So how far is this pushed in? Because I honestly don't really see this here. I mean, it's actually, the second floor looks much larger than the first floor. It looks like, which one's this says second floor right here. And if we look at this clearly, you can see that this area is not pushed in anywhere. It's actually much larger than the first. This says, what is the existing house? Oh, by the way, there is an existing house on this lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they bought the house with an existing house. It's not like they just bought an empty lot. Because that's the way they're making it seem here, that this lot was empty. So how is there, so they could fix this house, they could improve this house and keep the house, and there would be no hardship, correct?
Mayor, through you, I would like to suggest.
Now you need to, through him, I'm talking to you, you didn't say.
I can't
through him
speak
to
to you
Commissioner, all
directly.
comments need to
Okay.
be directed to the chair. I've let
Okay.
this go on, but if you're going to continue to harass
Okay.
and
So then
the
can
speakers,
you-
then we're going to stick to decorum. You're going to address your
Well,
questions
he's
to
the
me. and then
applicant, he's not a speaker.
Again, the rules of these meetings require you to direct your comments to the chair,
Okay.
and the reason for that is so nobody on the commission is
So can you go
cross-examining
ask
a
him
member
that?
of the public.
So then can I ask,
What I will do is
so then
direct
what
him
you're
to
saying
respond to your
is that I
questions.
have
You
to
can
ask
yell
you
at
and you
me
can
and
ask
scream,
him?
and I'll direct him to
I'm not yelling,
respond.
I'm
yes.
asking you, so I understand the proper decorum.
So please
Should I
stick
have
with
to
a
ask
question, because I've
you?
heard about 8 of them.
So you ask
So please
him.
give me a question. You
Okay.
ask me a question through the mayor, and I will have him respond. Because obviously I can't let this go
Okay,
on
but-
together, because you
but
can't
this
follow the
is
rules.
This is a quasi judicial, which the applicant needs to answer any question that the
Absolutely, but the
commission
questions are
has.
asked through the
And
chair.
Is this correct also? I didn't know that
You need
they
to
had
ask the
to ask
attorney through the
everything
chair.
through the chair. Can you answer
Those
that,
questions,
Lily?
I don't know if you've noticed in the last, I don't know how many years you've been on this commission, every time a member of the town staff speaks, they always start with through the mayor or through the chair. Because all comments, as per our town code and per the
But this
charter,
is
are
a quasi-
directed through
this
the
is
chair.
This is quasi judicial. They're
Madam
trying to
Attorney, can you please
this.
answer the commissioner's
Why is it that
questions
everything's a problem?
in regards to directing their comments?
Okay, I'm just asking so he can answer the question because it
I've
doesn't
actually
seem
directed
like
the
it
attorney
looks.
to answer your question. Do you want to hear the answer or not?
If I may, yes, Mayor. Communication is directed through the chair, which is the mayor, and that's to keep order.
Because as we can all see what's going on here, this is not an interrogation. You get to ask questions
Well,
till you
yes,
can
it is an
understand.
interrogation. That's what this is.
It's actually not an interrogation. You
Of
get to
course
ask
you're trying-
questions. You
you're
need to be
asking-
respectful.
Aren't we?
Okay, let me read from you from the code for a second, because, and again, I've handed this to you
So, like
multiple
all
times.
I wanna know-
Speakers must address their remarks to the presiding officer.
No
Be
wonder we
courteous
stay
in
here
your
till 12
language
o'clock
and,
at night.
excuse me, I'm still talking.
Then you ask why we
And
stay here
deportment,
till
and
1
involved all
1 p.m.
personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name where possible to avoid it, nor to the motives of the member. So I've heard you make motives, right? You've accused them of motives, of what they're trying to sneak through. So please direct your questions through
When
me, and
did
I will
try
ask
to
the
I'm
person
asking a
to.
question. When did I say you're sneaking anything through? I asked the question
Please ask your
whether the
questions.
first floor is, the second floor is supposed to be 80% of the first floor. Clearly on this plans that you provided us, we can clearly see here that the second floor and the first floor are exactly the same size. So my question again is, where is the indentations to create the 80% on the second floor? Because I don't see that.
So to
That's the question
translate,
I asked.
George, the commissioner is having a hard time understanding the
No, I'm
floor
not
layout.
having a
and-
hard time understanding. It's crystal clear here. If you don't see it, then that's another story. Maybe you should open the blueprints and see them for
Do
yourself.
you want to hear the answer? So she's
Okay,
having
well,
a
then
hard
let her
time
answer.
understanding where the 80%
not
and
having a hard
40%
time.
is. So if you would please explain it to the commission, thank you.
So there were that question and a follow-up about the existing house. So the first floor is 33% of the lot, where it could be 40%. And that's where the two houses are. So you have, you have, my reading glasses sometimes force me to bend down. So the first story is undersized by quite a bit compared to what a house could be. So that creates, through the second story setbacks that we're applying through other parts of the code, that creates a second story that complies, but is basically very similar in size to the undersized first story. Now, as to the house, the existing house, yes, there is an existing house there. It would basically be considered a non-conforming structure. They wouldn't be allowed to do anything to it because it's non-conforming. So not only is it a non-conforming lot by virtue of the 5,600 versus 8,000 issue, it's a non-conforming structure, so they can't expand it, they can't go up, and there's no reason why they should be obligated to keep the house either. I mean, if you go by the standards, the criteria of the hardship isn't meant to be something that is taken from a Dickens novel. It's a slightly lesser standard than that, and it's in the criteria in your code. And they desire to have a new house on this lot, and they're not being unreasonable in what they're requesting.
But I can see here that it says, this is page A203. It says 26 by 72. Okay?
Which page?
Then page A202 says 26 by 72.8. So where exactly, the fact that you're building a smaller house on the lot does not give you the right to avoid doing the 80% on the second floor. You can't make up your own rules.
Point of
If the
information.
code says,
All right,
hold on one
We
second.
have a
If the
privilege
code
motion on the
says,
table.
okay,
Sorry.
if the code says 40%
I'm sorry,
of the
Commissioner, we have a
lot.
privilege motion that stops the proceedings, and I need to hear him out. What is the information?
Point of information, I'm gonna clarify for
Point
you,
of
since
information.
I don't think it's a secret, but I built a few houses in town, so I
Okay.
may understand the zoning code. So, the zoning code, and I'm gonna, through the mayor, and I believe the town planner and town attorney can back this up. It is 80% the second floor of the potential first floor. We fixed this about 4 years ago, and the reason that was in the zoning code was you didn't want to require applicants to build a bigger home to meet the zoning code. So if you chose to build a smaller first floor, you weren't gonna get penalized for building the same size second floor. Because if you interpret it the way you're trying to, you're basically saying, well, build the house bigger on the first floor to make your second floor comply. And the code was fixed so that people didn't build bigger homes so they would meet code. So you can still build a smaller home that's a box. And I believe the town attorney and town planner can clarify this information with you, because that's why we're not telling the applicant to build a bigger house so your second floor meets code.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I don't think that that's how that went, but if you say so, because I remember, and first of all, those are the things that were in the zip. I think you're using a zip didn't that zip expire?
Yeah, that's not the zip. That's
Okay,
from before the
because
zip.
honestly, these were drawings that you actually brought to the previous commission, giving several different options, but they were never approved.
But not on that
So,
issue. That issue
I know
was
that-
settled
okay.
before that.
Okay, so if Mr. Keller could kindly come up and answer this question, because he's the town planner, and because I know that the code says that you're allowed to do 40% of the lot for the first floor. And the second floor is 80% of whatever you do on the first floor. Doesn't say that if you do less than 40%, you get 80%, you get a bigger house on the second floor. That's not the way it says. Can you kindly come up, Mr. Keller?
It
if you
actually
don't
goes to
mind,
me. So, Mr.
Mayor?
Rich, I would actually ask the town attorney, which we were just directing the
But
question to.
who's the planner here? I don't, if Tony wants to answer, then go ahead. I don't care.
Thank you for your permission. Tony,
You're
if you don't mind.
Sure. Hang on, I'm looking it up. Mr. Mayor, so the provision that is at issue here is the area of the upper stories when a wall plane is greater than 15 feet in height for new structures and additions to existing single-story structures shall not exceed 80% of the area of the first story. And there was a zip at one point which provided in H30A and H30B districts, second-story lot coverage is limited to 32% of the lot area or 80% of the first floor area, whichever is less. So that was intended to be more specific, to limit it to 80% of the first floor area.
So not what was
Well,
built,
you
to be
guys
clear,
let the
right?
zip
I'm sorry,
expire.
Commissioner.
Right, and the
I need
zip expired.
Clarification for myself.
That's correct, the zip expired.
Well, I don't know why we mentioned the zip then. So according to the town code, is the 80%, is
reason
that limited to 80% of what is built or 80% of the 40% that is allowed?
So Mayor, the reason I brought up the zip is because that language was in there to clarify what that commission wanted to limit, because it wasn't as clear. It says, shall not exceed 80% of the area of the first story. That is vague enough to either be, and that's a question of interpretation. That's either what's actually built or what you can build. And that's why that's why I mentioned the zip. The zip was put in to clarify that. And that was what the zoning code rewrite was trying to clarify, those kinds of questions.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I? Okay, so basically, Tony, the second floor needs to be 80% of the first floor, correct?
What I'm saying is, the language in the code is open to some level of interpretation, and the zip was intended to make this more specific. So without the zip in place, you're left with the language that says, the area of the upper stories for new structures and additions to existing single-story structures shall not exceed 80% of the area of the first story.
So where is the indentations in this building?
Commissioner, if I may try to explain, so the zip was trying to clarify that because
Yeah,
it
but
is
we
an
don't have the zip.
ambiguity.
He's talking about what we have right now.
Can I finish for 1 second? The zip was trying to clarify what it is because it's kind of vague. So since the zip died, the language is still vague. That's exactly what he's saying. So it's kind of open to interpretation by the commission at this point until we put forth something that will be extremely clear.
Mr. Mayor?
So then, basically, this is to code, is what Tony is saying?
No.
So you can build boxes?
If we decide it's to code, then it's to code. If not, then not. It's open to interpretation right now.
Mayor, if I could just add, the absurdity of this conversation is that the house is too small.
Regardless of the house being small,
We still have to have the
George,
conversation.
Would you prefer a bigger house?
regardless of this house being small, you're asking us to approve things on a lot that already has a house that can be renovated, can't be knocked down, you can't add to it, but it can be renovated, okay? And you want us to approve something because it's too small. Well, and then you're asking also, how is there a hardship for a pool on the water side when you can clearly put that pool in the back and meet all the requirements?
Because when you see what a definition of a hardship is, it is clearly that you cannot enjoy what your neighbors in the same zoning district enjoy.
But my neighbors,
And everybody
my pool
in
is in the
that
back of
zoning
my house.
district
Can you
has a
answer the
pool
question,
on
please?
the water.
Okay,
Thank you.
but my pool is in the back of my house, but you want to
You're
treat
in
this, but you see,
H30B.
you want to treat this
All right,
as an
George, we're done with
H30B.
this
But you
conversation.
see,
Thank
this
you
is
very
the
much.
problem.
This
You
is not an
wanna treat-
interrogation against
but
Commissioner.
I'm asking a question,
No, what you're
I'm not
trying to do is
interrogating.
insinuate and
I'm
try to
not-
corner him. That's not what
What?
this is about.
I-
This is, you can ask questions to understand the
Okay,
plans. What
I'm
you're trying to do is
asking the
corner
question.
the speaker. So I've asked him to sit down. Thank you, George.
Why is it that this is a hardship of this pool
I think we're
also
ready to
here?
vote on this item.
And then you're also asking for 5 feet when all lots.
All right, Commissioner,
corner
you're
lots are-
done.
have to
Commissioner,
do
this is over.
15
Discussion
feet.
is over. Thank you, Madam
this is
Clerk.
your-
Commissioner, thank you. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, please?
Mayor, if I may, the motion was to accept as is, or is the motion maker and the seconder amending the motion?
You need to ask the motion maker that.
You don't want to change it to accommodate the proper setback for the rooftop?
I'm okay with it, but if that's going to be.
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm personally okay with it as is, because if not, they're coming back here again, and I really don't want to listen to another commissioner again, here, argue the same thing over and over. So if you're okay with it, I'm good with it, unless you want to go through this whole thing again.
And I believe I second it, and I'm okay with it.
All right,
So
so
wait a minute,
Madam
don't they have
Clerk,
to
can
bring
you please
another
call the roll?
variance for the roof?
Commissioner, please.
Unbelievable.
Too many mics are on.
No more mics have been turned on since the beginning of the meeting.
I was just doing a check to make sure Commissioner Lang was okay with it, so we can, if not, we need 4 votes for a variance, so that's why I'm checking.
Let's call the vote.
Commissioner Masai?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
I want to make the Vice Mayor sweat for a second. Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Item 3, consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do you read them all in?
No, we just need a motion to approve.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the items?
Motion to
3?
approve the consent agenda, items 3.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I think we've all spent the time with the town manager, town attorney. We've gone through this just for the public to understand, is that we do sit here for a few days and study these items, so we're not just passing it. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, please, on this?
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Masai?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4A1, second reading, amendment to the town code to allow operation of landscaping equipment and other noise-producing mechanical devices such as leaf blowers during permitted hours. Madam Clerk, you want to read it in?
An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Section 54-70A, subsection 15, prohibited noises, and Section 66-7, disposal of grass cuttings and hedge trimmings, to allow operation of landscaping equipment and other noise-producing mechanical devices during permitted hours, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Item 4A1.
All right, thank you. Opening it up to public comment before we start discussion. Eliana Salzauer.
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. What's frustrating is that we're talking about bringing back a toxic piece of machinery that this town and every other town and some states have in fact outlawed and gotten rid of because of the wealth of scientific information proving that gas-powered leaf blowers are not only toxic to the environment, but also to human beings. It permanently damages hearing, it puts particles in the air that go into your low lungs, and everyone gets sick. There is absolutely no public interest in bringing back gas-powered leaf blowers. If you did a pro and cons list, there would be nothing, zero on the pro side, other than, hey, I already own one, and I'd sure like to get some more use out of it. So the cons here greatly outweigh it. At the last meeting, what was so frustrating to watch was that clearly only one member of this commission has a gas-powered leaf blower and wants to use it. And so another member of the commission, in order to do a favor, said, hey, I have a compromise. Let's bring them back and then sunset them, which is a ridiculous notion, and then pointed out that Miami Beach is doing that. Well, Miami Beach has gas-powered leaf blowers and then decided that they're going to get rid of them and then created a sunset plan to get rid of them that, by the way, expires in 2023. They're well into their plan of noticing people, and they're going to start giving fines out shortly. So we should never be replicating another community that is going backwards. We should not. In fact, after Miami Beach is no longer allowing gas-powered leaf blowers, Surfside will have them. So we're going backwards and then going forward. The whole notion is ridiculous. We don't have them. We have not had them for years. If you want to bring back leaf blowers, which I'd rather have none, but if you're going to bring them back, they need to be battery-powered and electric. That is what other communities have done. That is what the entire state of California does. This is, again, if you have a Google search, there's not a single reason to bring back a gas-powered leaf blowers. And watching the commission do something like that is why there's a, quote, public relations problem in town. The problem is the bad policy, not the reaction of residents. The reaction of residents is, my God, what are they doing? We're the ones on the receiving end. We're the ones that have to wake up to the noise of the gas-powered leaf blowers. We're the ones whose children are playing in the yard, whose hearing's being damaged by those leaf blowers. There is no upside to a gas-powered leaf blower. So I would urge you to, if you are going to be bringing back any kind of leaf blowers, that you should only be doing gas-powered and electric ones. Again, Miami Beach is, we should not worry to not do something because of enforcement, right? There are certain things that are illegal in general, and we don't say, well, how are we going to enforce all of them? Let's just let them do it. That's not the answer. Outlawing something like smoking on the beach, great idea. Maybe enough people will not do it. Same thing with gas leaf blowers.
Gerardo?
Gerardo Valdostegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. I just want to second some of the comments made by my neighbor, Ms. Salzhauer. I'm grateful at least that the ordinance as it's written provides a kind of sunset provision for the gas-powered leaf blowers. I think we can all agree on that. But really, these things are just so bad. It would be embarrassing for this town to go backwards to repeal a ban to anything weaker than a ban. We were a leader in this movement, and it's a sort of a nationwide movement to eliminate a kind of toxic, noxious, unnecessary device, and there's no good reason for it. I want to say something. I think the mayor has made a couple of arguments for this in the supporting materials, both for the last meeting and this one. At the last meeting, he said that the ban on leaf blowers had been passed just as a kind of signaling. It's much more than signaling. I'll come back to that. And in these supporting materials, he says that he's bringing back the gas-powered leaf blowers for the sake of health. I'm sorry, but that argument cannot be a good faith argument. I mean, the facts absolutely don't support that. The hydrocarbons that gas-powered leaf blowers put in the air because of their engines are incredibly toxic. I walk around this town probably as much as anybody, maybe more than anybody. I don't own a car, so I do everything. I see commissioners everywhere I go. When somebody is using a gas-powered leaf blower on a block, the cloud, the haze of toxic particles that you see makes the block unwalkable. I have missed a bus because I went out of my way to 90th Street because I didn't want to walk past a leaf blower. Yeah, I put on my COVID mask because there's so much toxic stuff in the air. When I'm home and my neighbor's lawn guy who is using a leaf blower, I can't work at home because they're so loud. The vibrations of these engines are a nuisance even inside your own home. Okay, the mayor also says that the cost of landscaping has gone up exponentially. I am, among other things, a teacher of mathematics, and I want to say that's not the proper use of exponential growth. If somebody's paying $5 more or something for their lawn service to avoid these incredibly negative spillover effects that the rest of us have to bear, I'm sorry, but I think that's a reasonable thing to ask people to do. Again, it's embarrassing to go backwards on issues like this when so many cities are going in the right direction and when we were a leader on this matter. It's great that Miami Beach is banning them. Many of the landscaping companies that work here also work in Miami Beach, so there's really almost no reason to bring these back. If the mayor wants to argue for repealing this ban out of some kind of libertarian ideology, then he should do that. But this is not a public health measure. This is not an economic hardship measure. This is just something completely unnecessary, and the move is, as I say, embarrassing to the town. I think we have some sensible environmental regulations in place. We should keep them. Yes, people have to adjust, but the benefits in terms of the reduced particle pollution, the reduced noise, are more than outweigh it. And trust me, try walking down a block where somebody's using one of these things. You'll see for yourself.
Thank you, Jerry. Marcio?
Marcio Lucchese, 9200 Bay Drive. So as you can probably imagine, I work very odd hours. And as the police can see that they sit in front of my house almost every day, I arrive at 7 o'clock in the morning sometimes after working an 8 hours, 10 hours flight. Let me sleep for Greg. I just want to sleep. Having my neighbors with that incredible noise is just unbelievable that you guys even considering this, that you allow someone to use that kind of equipment in our town. I just want to have some rest because I have to work the flight the next night. I have to be up all night again, but then I will not be able to sleep in my own house because someone decides to use that. And also tagging on a little bit of the beach chairs, one of the comments was, oh, poor employees, right? That, oh my God, they have to work in the
Marcio,
sun.
I'm going to ask that you keep the discussion.
No,
to
it's
this
related.
specific
It's
item.
related. It's
Okay.
related. So they're talking about this. So double standards now. So they can work on the chairs, but now, well, what about the employees? They'll be forced to use and breathe that equipment in their backs and get intoxicated because the owner of the landscape company is going to say, hey, man, you can do it now, so go ahead and use it. So double standards here, okay? Let's think about employees also. They'll be forced to use those equipments. And I don't even know why you guys are talking about this or the city's even considering something like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. George? Kusulus?
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. Once again, my neighbor Gerardo, I think, made a good case why gas-powered is ultimately not good. But I think we've already answered that, or you have answered that as a commission, because you're looking to sunset the gas-powered ones, and the question is really how soon, right? It's not a question of whether there will be gas-powered in the distant future. Since there aren't any allowed right now, we don't have to have the same consideration we would have that if we are used to something, we got to figure out a reasonable time to adapt to not having something. But we're not in that position, so I think some of the horizons you've been looking at are too far out there. 2 years seems excessive. 2 years. 19 months based on where Miami Beach is, but we're starting from zero. So I think we could choose anything. Now, maybe 0 days is abrupt, it sounds abrupt, but that's where we are today, and actually adding in electric is adding an option. It's not taking away any options, right, because there's nothing allowed at the moment. A concession might be to look at, say, January 1, that's it. That's 4 months away. End of story. So there's a 4-month grace period, but that's a 4-month grace period where people can go out and buy gas-powered leaf blowers and use them for 4 months, and then they have to get the electric one. So I'm not even sure what good a grace period is. We're already at 0 days. So we're just trying to figure out what the next 19 months or 2 years or 4 months looks like, or 0 days. So I would reflect on that when you think about this. Why have any grace period if we know we're going to electric? Thank you.
Thank you, George. Ben Jacobson?
The power of virtue signaling. Ben Jacobson, 9455 Collins, apartment 309. Sandra, I said it. So the power of virtue signaling. So right now, everyone talks about here about the air and all these, pollutants that are going into it. Yet they're going out there and they're killing the trees. They're killing the trees for straws because they don't like the plastics. But that all comes together with this ordinance right here. Obviously, nobody likes the noise. Nobody likes the smell. We want to be cleaner. We want to be better. And that goes to clean energy. That goes to nuclear power plants, things that are outside our control and our ability. The request here right now is there are people who have leaf blowers in town, whether they're the individual homeowners, whether the companies, and the plan is to phase these out. And these technologies are getting better. A year from now, the leaf blower you're going to buy is going to be significantly better than the leaf blower that exists today. And the idea with the sunset operation here is to give people that opportunity as all of these regulations start to go into effect to move people to electric. I love hearing the people go out about electric cars and they're like, everyone needs to have an electric car today. If everybody in America wanted an electric car today, we'd all have blackouts because there wouldn't be enough power to run everything. So things take their time, things have to be set up in a proper way, and the idea here is to slowly operate it so that people can take care of their gardens, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Seeing that there's no other comments, I'm going to close public comment on this item. You're not a member of the public. Commissioner, please, it's distracting. I'm trying to remember my process and you're just waving your hands. There's a reason why you just sit and please wait till your turn. Since it is my item, I would like to bring it forward to the commission for discussion and for a vote. So why are we revisiting this, right? We hear this a lot here. Why are we bringing it forward? Well, the leaf blower is a required tool, like it or not. There's hard to reach areas. You can't expect residents to stand outside and rake and sweep. And everybody here who sits here and says that there's no need for it has never actually sat outside and done his own yard. It is currently, unlike what George said, there's 0 days. If you drive through the town, everybody is using leaf blowers, from the landscape people to the homeowners. And the reason for that is not because people want to break the law, but because it is required. So we're not starting from zero on this. What we're trying to do is still give them this option. And when we talk about signaling, it is completely a virtue signal, because I personally received 3 different reasons why it was implemented about 3 years ago. None of them made sense. And the fact that they banned battery powered, is because they didn't care about the item. They were just going for those reasons, and each commissioner at the time had no idea why they were voting for it. But the point is that this is a required tool when you're talking about landscaping, whether it's gas powered, whether it's battery powered. This is still a tool. I know the town, we don't have Public Works in right now, but I know they need it. They need to clear sand off the pool deck. I personally need to clear sand from my tracks, from my my hurricane shutters. There's a reason for these things. So it's not zero. What we would like to do is give the homeowners and the people the opportunity to phase it out and incentivize them to go ahead and buy the battery. If you tell them, I'm sorry, that's it, people don't have that money to run out right now and spend another $500 on a machine. If you give them that time, I think people will be more compliant and appreciative of what we're doing, because they are still using them today. So if I can get a motion to, can I please get the motion? Can I please get a motion to move this item forward?
I want to make a motion.
As written.
I want to make a motion to move forward the leaf blowers, however, not gas leaf blowers. So because I feel that, yes, I agree with you. Yes, it is a very important tool. I need one myself, as I too do my own lawn, believe it or not. And I do agree that a leaf blower is an important tool. However, I don't think that a gas leaf blower is the correct tool because it is a lot
Commissioner,
louder
the
than a regular.
discussion comes after. I
Okay,
presented
so-
it, you wanted to present the motion, so please present
Okay.
the motion and
So
we
I'm
can discuss
asking
it afterwards.
one of my fellow
You
commissioners.
didn't present the motion.
I did present
You
the
didn't. You
motion.
got
I
into the
presented the
reason why you're
motion is to
talking, but
move
please
this
present the
forward
motion.
without a gas leaf blower.
Thank you. Is
I
there a second?
understand. Fred,
I'll second.
thank you, thank you, thank
So
you,
now we
Marian.
have discussion.
Okay, so like I said, I agree that a leaf blower is important. I have a battery. You put the battery in the thing and let it charge and plug it in. It's very quiet. It's not even close to what these gas leaf blowers are, and it doesn't pollute the environment. And I feel that, yes, we do need leaf blowers, battery operated or electric. And that's what I have to say on that one. And if people have a gas leaf blower, you know, there's always offer up. You can sell it and buy yourself another one on offer up for the same price.
All right, so Commissioner, I'm glad this works out for you since you already have a battery power, but for the other residents that still have to transition over, I would like to give them time. So I've said my piece. I'm not going to repeat myself over and over. If there's any other commissioners that want to comment.
As I said a month ago, this prior commission passed this.
Oh, it wasn't us. Prior.
All right, let's let the commissioner, please let the commissioner.
Prior,
make his remarks.
and I still today walk down as I do with Gerardo. I walk a lot as well. I do own a car, but I still do walk a lot. I love to walk when it's not 100,000 degrees out, but I still hear practically every day gas leaf blowers. I do. Poor code. We have, she's here and she does a great job, but the code can't possibly see every lawn being manicured on a daily basis and give out fines. It's not practical. My comment about smoking, who's going to enforce this? The law is not being enforced. And frankly, it is a tool that's required. Many of our homeowners, single-family homeowners, have services that do their lawns for them. I would assume a small percentage do it themselves. Good for both of you. I don't. I have lots of other things I've got to take care of. But I believe that gas-powered leaf blowers are still being utilized. I don't think the legislation, the ordinance from 3-4 years ago did any difference, frankly, for our community. I think we're giving it lip service by saying we're the leaders because, frankly, it's not being enforced, and I don't know that it should be enforced. And then to the point of noise for this gentleman, do lawnmowers not make noise that would wake you up? Do not leaf trimmers? They make noise. I hear them, you hear them. They all make noise, and they're all gas-powered, by the way, as well. So for us to outlaw one gas-powered item and not the other 3 or 4 that these services or our own homeowners use does not make a lot of sense. If everything could go to battery and or electric, that's a great idea. I don't think that's ever going to happen. We've got to be realistic and do things that make sense for our community. I think a sunset is a great idea to give people time, but it's still going to be very difficult to get our services to go to the battery power, whether Miami Beach does it or not. So I'm not in favor of this limitation at this point in time, but I'll leave it there.
Commissioner Maishai?
I feel like we already have a ban on the gas leaf blowers. So again, I am in favor of electric or battery blowers. I'm a little, since we don't have any regulation right now, I don't know how that we need a long grace period to initiate electric or battery blowers.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, my biggest issue with this is we're not enforcing it. So, I mean, why have the rule in place when we know we're not enforcing it? Just to say we don't allow leaf blowers, yet everybody still uses them? Commissioner Landsman, I'm in agreement with you. We don't have the lawn mowers, we don't have the trimmers, none of that is required to be battery operated. I am completely comfortable with the grace period. I misspoke last time. Miami Beach is a 19th month, not a 24-month. I'd like to clarify that information. And also I know everyone's not raking it. It's going to the storm drains, and I'd rather have our storm drains be protected. So I'm okay with the grace period, how I believe you are. And I just want it in for the record. I'm building a house across from Joel, and I see him once a week doing his own landscaping. So he is not the only one. There are several residents that do their own landscaping, and he does a very good job.
So Commissioner, are you open to modifying your,
Please, Fred.
Commissioner, are you open to modifying?
For your good reason, and honestly, I don't think that, oh, sorry.
I don't think that, why should we wait? If other cities are banning it, whether it's 10 months, 18 months, or whatever it is, why wait? Why do this to our residents? And we're all talking about being environmentally friendly. These gas blowers are not environmentally friendly. I'm pleading to you to please consider the rest of your residents, your neighbors, your friends that are in this situation. It's just a simple yes to electric. That's it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
I don't think it's a big deal. We're not saying that the mayor can't use a leaf blower. He can use an electric leaf blower. And you can sell your gas one on OfferUp, no problem. Or eBay or Amazon or whatever other, or Poshop or whatever other apps they have out
All
there
right, thank you,
to
Commissioner.
sell your stuff.
We were understand.
Please, Fred.
If I can say a few words again, you're okay with battery, which also throw particulates in the air and supposedly put grass in the streets and in our sewage, but the gas is the one that is going to be polluting the air, not the battery, because you have a battery, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. You're obviously not going to modify it. We have a second. Madam Clerk, you want to call the vote?
Commissioner Lansman?
No.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mashine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
No.
Mayor Danziger?
Nope.
Mayor, the motion fails.
All right, I'm going to pass the gavel and modify the motion. I would like to pass the motion to pass as that is with sunset ordinance in place to allow for the people that are currently using it and incentivize them and tell them that we stand with them to be able to do their property, but they should go out and over the next little while go ahead and change to battery operated to be a little more conscious. So I would pass the motion to pass the ordinance as it is written.
With the sunset, how many more months? 19 to match Miami Beach? Because we misstated Miami Beaches.
I'm your chair now, so I'm done.
Mr. Motion Maker, how many months would you like it to be for sunset?
Well, I said as written, so I would have to look through
I
the
think
actual
that's-
ordinance.
Madam Attorney?
Yes, it's 18 months, the
Yes.
prohibition. It will kick in on March 1st, 2024, at which time there will be prohibited, but there will be an additional 6-month period where there will be warnings issued to residents and users of these blowers.
Mr. Seconder, are you okay with that?
You made the motion, yes? Oh, you made the motion. I will second that, yes, I'm okay.
Call the vote?
Wait, just
Commissioner
discussion. Just a real quick, amazing how these conversations go. We want to give our code compliance department a realistic time frame to be able to enforce this. I don't think the prior commission had any concept of what it would take to actually enforce it, and it didn't get enforced. So we have to do something that makes a difference to enforce this and make sure our providers of service and our homeowners that take care of their own properties get the message and do this right. So I want to give code the opportunity and the time frame to get it right so it actually happens. Thank you.
Commissioner Mashine?
Can you just repeat the motion? at this
The
point?
motion is to approve as is with the sunset of 18 months, which is March 1st, 2024.
And this is
Please.
for gas, or is it for electric?
Gas to transition to electric.
Right.
Don't put your name on that, Mary Ann.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I can't hear what's going on.
Commissioner Mashine?
No.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Can I get the, Sawyer? Joy, you gotta keep her quiet. All right. Item 4B1, beach chair ordinance. Madam Clerk, you want to read it into?
An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending Article 2, Public Beaches of Chapter 86, Waterways of the Town's Code of Ordinances relating to beach furniture and public beaches, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Item 4B1.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is your item. If you want to introduce it, put forth a motion for us to discuss.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly introduce this item. There's been a lot of misinformation out there. Like I said before, during Good and Welfare, I hope everybody we're going to listen to you. Please listen to us as we speak. The details in this matter, not the information you read out online or you're getting emails. Please listen and read what was actually written and what we're talking about tonight. And that is where I wanted to go with this. Thank you.
All right, a motion?
Motion or public discussion?
Usually we start with a motion.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
All right, we'll open it up to public comments, and there are a lot of them. All right, Mr. Platt, I'm going to ask you to please not scream out. All right, we have 23 public comments. 3 minutes, that's over an hour. I'm going to cut down public comments to 2 minutes on this item. Madeline Noble. All right, so just a reminder before we start, I cut it down a bit so we can try to get through these items tonight. We still have a few, so just.
All right, my name is Madeline Noble, 9149 Carlisle Avenue. I will keep my comments brief, given what happened last time, where this item was walked on at the last minute, and then the meeting was ended after we waited hours to discuss. I don't support a change in the existing beach ordinance. I don't support expanding the number of preset chairs on the beach. I don't support food and drink being served on the beach. We need to do more to keep our beaches safe for sea turtles, as it has been pointed out by people on this very commission, that they are very important to our town. More importantly, they're an important part of our ecosystem here. Expanding beach chair access will create turbulence and disturb wear, or perhaps even deter nesting by sea turtles. And opening up the beach to food and drink trash will attract even more predators to the beach. So we should try to avoid that, leave the ordinance as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Madeline. Joanne Nieto? Nieto.
Hi, guys. I wasn't sure. Joanne Nieto, 9195 Collins Avenue. I wasn't sure whether I was going to come up here, but I just want to add my voice to keep the existing beach ordinance that was voted by the residents and that this commission appears to want to undo, to leave it as is. I am not in favor of increasing the number of preset beach furniture.
Please speak into the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said that I want to add my voice to keep the existing beach ordinance that was voted by the residents as is. I am not in favor of increasing preset chair furniture numbers. Residents are not in support of this, and as you mentioned, it's all on record, so you see there's an abundant support to keep the ordinance as is. I ask you to listen to us. I ask you to listen to the majority of your residents. And as far as extending the hours of the proposed increase of preset, I don't think that is a good idea either, because at sundown they won't be able to, at sunset they won't be able to see the mess that may be left behind. So it just doesn't make sense to me, increasing the hours at all. They won't be able to properly clean in the dark. I know when it gets dark and I'm there, I lose my son's flip-flops. So I can imagine all the mess that they could leave. Anyway, to end this quickly, I just would beg for you to listen to us, just as you beg us to listen to you. Majority of us don't want the change. We want to leave the beach as is. There's enough chairs. I personally have seen chairs that hotels put out that are empty all day, so I don't see the need. I don't know who's asking for them, but anyway, thank you, and I will promise to listen to you.
Thank you. Joanne? Louis Benitez? Am I mispronouncing it? Hold on. Louis Benitez, are you here? Joanne Katz? Joanna Katz? Liu? Liv, yes.
Hi. Liv Benita, 9201 Collins Avenue. I don't support any of this, especially the beach chairs, because as I've experienced the beach chairs being put on the beach when one of the hotels put it in front of the Waverly. It was not a good thing. They would leave out the beach chairs even if people weren't there. They were supposed to let residents use the chairs. They did not. They would not let them. Also, it is attracting tourists who don't care about the community, and they litter on the beaches, in the oceans, as we already see they do. And it's bad for the environment because regarding the food, they like to litter. They don't care about what it is. And you should really be concerned about the actual taxpayers in this community who do live here, and not the people who come rent for one day and then just leave. They don't care about this community, and I'm not sure if a lot of people here do either. And it's supporting and having the food being wasted over the beach, which they're clearly going to do, is bad for the animals and for global warming, and they don't care. So, thank you.
Thank you, Liv. Liana Salzauer?
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. Last time at the meeting, people stayed around till 1 in the morning to speak on this issue. The gaslighting is not okay. Every single word on the flyer that's been distributed is true. Every single word on here was fact-checked with the actual words that came out of your mouths at the last meeting. So to sit up here and say that what's on social media is not true is inaccurate. You can't say something over and over and make it true. Reading from your own agenda, which, by the way, your own item also misstates the fact that the Vice Mayor himself supported at the last meeting ride-on vehicles. He wanted ride-on vehicles. And now in his thing, he says, oh, we all agreed on not ride-on. Well, he himself wanted ride-on. So reworking the facts, the alternative facts that are being presented, residents aren't stupid. We're here at the meeting and we hear what happens. Okay? What we don't want, our current regulations are amazing. Our current regulations are the reason why our beaches are spectacular. That's what makes Surfside a destination. That's what makes the apartments that are being built here, that's why people are building $15 million units. That's why people are coming to this town and choosing not to go to South Beach. These regulations that you want to now undo are going to turn our beaches worse than South Beach. Why? Because South Beach has commercialization, but anyone can go over and buy a chair. It's not just for the hotels. South Beach has commercialization, and they have a much larger beach. Our beach is a fraction of that size, and yet you want staging areas every 100 feet. That's an 8-foot by 8-foot stack of 4.5-foot high chairs every 100 feet on the beach. That's 9 alone in front of the area in front of the surf club properties. Okay? That is all over town. We just cut down, you guys just cut down the dunes, which, by the way, DEP was not thrilled with the chop job you did on the dunes, and they came out to inspect it, so I'm sure you'll be hearing from them. But you just chopped the dunes down to about 3 feet, so now everyone's view is going to be 4.5 feet of chairs. Food service
Thank
on
you.
the beach is a
Thank you, Mrs.
disaster.
Salzer. We're done. Thank you.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. All right, well, everything's online, as you can read.
Julio?
Julio Rumba, 855 Collins Avenue. I want to draw an analogy between the gay pride vote you took tonight and the beach situation. First of all, congratulations to the 3 commissioners who voted in majority to accept people in this town to fly the flag. And I hope when you have your process discussion, you don't change it. You can add flags, you can make a process, there's no problem with that, but I hope you don't change the good decision you made. The analogy is that when the gay pride flag thing came up, you pushed and pushed and pushed against it. You've heard from people here who are all ages, all religions, all nationalities, that they don't want the beach chair ordinance changed. You are dismissing surveys done on social media, which have 1,700 signatures. If you know statistics, and I certainly do, 1,700 signatures in a next door website, which covers mainly this neighborhood and other adjacent neighborhoods, doesn't mean people are voting from California or from over town. It means people who care, who either live here or, in the worst case, use the beach. To try to appease owners of hotels who'll save money by having some less people work for them and tell these people that their beach is going to change is a mistake in process. It's inane. It's inane to change the rule in any way. If you want to change it, do a study. Do a usage study. How many beaches are being put out now? How many are needed in the winter, in the summer, in the spring, and in the fall? You will see that you don't need more. You just want more. Don't make the mistake of changing Surfside's biggest asset. Do what you do with the gay pride. Vote your conscience. Vote your convictions. Don't vote for convenience, special
All right.
interests.
Thank you.
Or anything like that.
Will Nunez?
Hello, everyone. I'm Will Nunez, 9455 Collins Avenue. First and foremost, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your hard work and dedication to the town of Surfside. I know your position is difficult, and having to hear requests from hundreds of residents is challenging. My only comment is towards the beach furniture ordinance. As the manager of the Waves located at 9455, having beach service for 110 units tax-paying owners, I feel that the proposed challenge will greatly benefit our residents by improving beach service and making it easier for the beach service operators to set up their service efficiently. It is our residents' hope and wish that this ordinance passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gerardo?
So I'll admit, some of the details of the ordinance are lost on me, but I do feel, and I want to know if there's misinformation, if there's a fact that's wrong, I would like to know it. But I will say this, I think it's enough for me to oppose this to know that it will dramatically increase the number of beach chairs. And the reason why I'm worried about this, I'll sort of articulate in a moment, I think has to do with our commitment to the environment and specifically to the sea turtles. It seems to me that the current beach ordinance with its limits is probably the #1 way that the town itself actually protects the sea turtles. Now, it would be so weird if we had this whole thing, oh, the turtles are our mascot, look at the turtle walk, look at Keo over at 95th Street, turtles, 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 we love them, we love them, we love them. Oh, protecting turtles? Oh, we just outsource that to the county, thanks very much. I mean, what do we do to protect them? And the current ordinance is what we do to protect them. It's not enough just to turn this over to the county. A certain irony has to be brought out. We honored a little boy recently for discovering a sea turtle nest and saving it. Great. That shows that what the county is doing, even if they're trying their best, they can't get every single one. I want to remind you of something that my neighbor Judy Martinez said not too long ago. She worked at the Ritz-Carlton in Key Biscayne, and she worked with beach chairs. And she said, look, these capitalists who are putting out the chairs, they'll go to the limit. They'll do everything they can. If instead of having been discovered by the little boy we honored, that sea turtle nest had been discovered by an employee of the Waves or any other, I'm just picking them because they're here, what do you think that employee would have done? If you're working for minimum wage and you can get a $5 tip for crushing a sea turtle nest that somehow the county missed, you're gonna do it. I mean, there's no incentive for the employees to point out a nest that's been missed. And if you just increase the number of beach chairs, you increase the risk that the next nest is not going to get discovered and saved by a local resident, but it's going to get intentionally crushed by a beach chair operator who's only looking at the bottom line. And that was the point that Judy Martinez made. I wish you were here to make it tonight. But these operators are only concerned about their profit. They have zero incentive to protect the turtles. If we take our commitment to the turtles seriously, and I think we should, I think when you choose a mascot, part of what you're doing is setting that as a goal for yourself so it reminds you of what's important. Ask yourself, what do we as a town do to protect the turtles? Not just what does the county do, but what do we do? And I think the current ordinance is good because it's what we do to protect them.
Thank you, Jerry. Juan Valdez?
Good evening. My name is Juan C. Valdez, 594th Street. I've been in Surfside for 15 years now, and I've seen a lot of things come and go, people, ideas, and...
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please speak into the mic?
Okay.
Thank you.
And what I've seen up to this point, I do not agree with the beach chairs. People voted on this. They did not want the beach chairs. I walk on the beach and I see the Four Seasons, I see all the hotels, and they have all their chairs out there. A lot of them are empty. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because out of all the beaches that I've seen in my life, and I've been to a number of them around the world, the amount of seaweed that is on that shoreline is not great. I will not spend any money if I were to go to, let's say, the Four Seasons and rent a room and I have to go to the beach in a chair and I see a pile of seaweed that I gotta go through in order to get into the ocean. So before even entertaining the idea of putting chairs out there, let's clean the beach up more than what it is. People are gonna come here. So if you wanna make this town good for the tourists around the world, because this here is money. At the end, everything is a business. Whoever says to you it's not about the money, it's about the money. So if you want to make it pristine, you want to make it world class, then you have to work on the beach. It isn't just throwing the hotels out there, throwing chairs out there. You got to offer a clean beach. The turtles are great. I love the turtles. They can be there all day. But the beach has to be clean. You got to put it into condition. So as far as the hotels, hey, listen, they get concessions all the time, but I say no.
Thank you, Juan. Aurora? Is there an Aurora de la Rosa?
Hi, Aurora de la Rosa, 8455 Collins Avenue, apartment 806. I live at the Waves. This is something that this is the way I wanted to approach this. When we first bought the unit 24 years ago at the Waves condominium, we were very excited to live on the beach. And at the time, there were no beach chair ordinance, there were no beach chairs operators. We had to go down, get your chairs and your umbrellas and your bags and everything, and go down and use the beach like everybody else did. Well, fast forward now, 20-odd years, and now we really need the beach chair service. Most of the residents in most of the condo buildings are my age, and we really need that because we are not now able to come down with the chairs and the umbrellas and everything And it is. I mean, the past 5 years that we've been able to have that service, it's been a blessing because that way we can enjoy the beach more. Another thing is, for example, everybody keeps putting emphasis on the amount of chairs and the amount of chairs. There's other things to the new ordinance that has to do with enjoying the beach for longer hours. Everybody comes from the Gables or Hialeah or South Miami. They come with their own chairs and their own umbrellas. They can be on the beach until 8 o'clock or 8:30 at night. But then all of us, we don't. We have to, at 5:30, we have to pick up all our stuff and go upstairs because we cannot stay longer on the beach because of the hours that we have. Also, the preset, it's also that something that helps the beach operator, because that way they can go ahead and have things faster for all the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johanna. Clara Diaz-Leal.
Clara Diaz-Leal, 425 95th Street. Wrote some notes. So I definitely am opposed to the box being completely full because it can be. That's like, because there's 500 hamburgers, I need to eat them all. You know, we need to monitor that. We have seen it when it's out of control and every single spot is taken. Don't go from 0 to like 100, and like, what was the commercial? 0 to 60 and I don't know, whatever. Don't do that. You don't need to go from 0 to a lot. You could, if you wanted to do something incrementally, change something. Be thoughtful. It's very difficult for us, people who don't live on the beach, to go to the beach and then find every spot is taken. Unlike what I think it was Vice Mayor said before, that prime real estate is at the front. The gentleman that talked about the seaweed, I know it's there for a reason. It's nature, it's whatever, it smells, it's yuck, and it's a lot. That's not prime anything. Plus, it's on a slant. So that's not excellent space. You need to also be really cautious about allowing West Side properties. If you do that, you're going to open up, if at all, if you consider that at all, which I urge you not to do, you will open a Pandora's box, because everyone who is not on Collins, on the beach, is west of that. Everyone will want a piece of that, and you monetize it to an extent. There's not enough room for that. We're already arguing about this. So that's something that you really need to consider. As far as food service, you know, I've been to plenty of resorts, as have most of you. It's not allowed everywhere. It's okay not to have it. You can have it by the pool. What happens is they shove it underneath the seats. It's ugly and it's dirty.
Thank you, Clara. Retta Logan.
Retta Logan, 9141 Dickens Avenue. I have an issue with the preset of the chairs. What I think is a better idea is if you call and make your reservation. And then your people know who's going to be in the chairs. Just like one of the gentlemen said, in the winter, it's a lot different than the spring, the fall, or the summer. So I was just in Tybee Island, I'm from Georgia, and you call and you say, we have a family of 12, and we're going to be coming down, and we made the reservation for the whole week because we were there. So if you have somebody who's a tourist, because obviously they can use the community center, and if this ordinance is going to be for everybody, then the community center would have that. But what I can't stand, and when we used to have, I go to the beach all the time on 92nd, and when the Marriott used to have it, you'd get down there, chairs were everywhere. You didn't feel like you were at your home, and the vendors setting it up kind of gave you a face, and it was very uncomfortable. Our whole block, who goes a lot, and it's like, I love it now, you can walk down there. But if I'm in a hotel and I'm calling down and you're gonna put a chair for me, it's great. I listened back to the meeting, a gentleman said he was Mr. 101, and he didn't get his chair because there weren't enough in the box. Well, that's life. At least you can bring your own towel or your chair and still use the beach. Unlike another venue, if I'm 101, I don't get to go in at all. So, I mean, I've lived here my entire life. I've never had beach service. I don't need beach service, but I do agree, maybe somebody who's older and has trouble, but make a reservation and have the chair set. I do agree, the mayor had mentioned, I don't agree with any sort of speed vehicle on the beach. They're beautiful hand carts now. And I'm sorry, it is a job that's labor intensive, but that's the job that you're doing. So you're gonna have to pick up a chair. And where you're saying 4.5 feet, that might be a little tough because chairs are a little crazy. So at 4.5 feet, it might not be easy to get them down. Maybe have it a little lower. But just think of things, but don't put vehicles on the beach.
Thank you, Retta. Joel? Joel team? Time? Oh, Timony? Timmy. It's close.
Nice declares. Joel Timmy, 9289 Abbott Avenue. You guys are scaring the bejesus out of us. Let me just say that very clearly here. And I think I would really appreciate it if you would look at this issue the way it was presented and deal with that issue, not take that issue and turn it into something completely different. And what I'm talking about here is the issue, which is clearly about the Grand Beach Hotel, who has sued the town. And that's the issue that you should be concerning yourself with. I would be much happier if you would address that issue for the hotels who are on the beach and just do that. But to take this approach of opening things up to more presets or more chairs or opening up the box and apply it to the entire town, you're changing the entire town, from top to bottom, and that scares the bejesus out of us. There are things in this proposal, as you have written, that applies to things outside of the hotel, which I'm asking you to deal with the hotel issue only, but kind of a funny feeling you won't, and so I want to bring up these other things as well. First one being the commercialization, it's still there. When I read that proposal, the commercialization, meaning people can buy and sell their chairs to people outside of the condo. Don't like that. I don't like the sunrise to sunset. It's too much time. This community center, you've got 65 chairs for the community center. It's like it's the proverbial going from 0 to 65. Like, you're just going from having no chairs to having, it's like filled up 65 chairs in front of the community center. Why not have a couple chairs sitting underneath the beach? And who's gonna work these chairs too? Like, you're gonna have 65 chairs? Now you have to have staff to put those things out. These things just turn into something completely different. Please just deal with the issue at hand, which is the hotels. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Michelle Arambula. She here? Jeffrey Platt?
Jeffrey Platt, 9225 Collins Avenue. Shut up. This is probably the worst thing that Jeff Rose has ever done. He's lied from the beginning. He doesn't go to the beach. He works 7 days a week. He tells me he goes to the beach, but if he does, he goes to 88th Street, which is, there's nothing there. That's why. He has no knowledge about lounge chairs one bit. For example, he wants to put chairs behind the community center. Does he know that the camp is there every day? Does he know that the surfers are there every day on the beach behind the community center from activities from the community center? Does he know that there's no room for lounge chairs out there? No, he doesn't know. He only hears about Eli Ginsberg wants more dining room space on the beach. That's why you're doing it. Who would sit on the beach behind the community center?
Mr. Platt, please address the chair or the commission as a whole. You're yelling at the vice mayor, please.
Well, it's his ordinance. It's his ordinance. I'm going to speak to him because it's his ordinance. Why would I want to speak to you?
The town regulations require that you address your comments to the chair and to the commission as a whole.
Fine.
Thank you.
Idiot. What okay.
Commissioner.
Let's do this. Dawn to dusk. Does anybody know that there's beach maintenance on the beach every day until about 9:30? Do you know that they sweep the whole beach, that they rake the whole beach? Do you know that? So why do you want to put lounge chairs there? I don't know. Why do you want to put lounge chairs there? I'm doing it to the whole. Why would you want to put lounge chairs on a beach where where the bulldozers and the sweepers are there until 9:30 in the morning? That's why the other ordinance worked, because you didn't come out first thing in the morning. And besides, who's going to sit on the beach at 5:30 in the morning at dawn? Who's going to do that? Nobody from the Wave is going to do that, certainly. She's too old to come out at dawn. Come on. What a crazy nonsense that was. For 20 years, she carried her own chair. Well, there were no chairs on the beach. And that was a pretty good idea. You know why there's chairs on the beach? Because the Grand Beach wanted to put chairs on the beach, and they never stopped them. And now this lawsuit is a loser. And you could ask the town attorney, she'll tell you.
Thank you.
Disgusting.
I'm going to read this 2 lines again to you, Jeffrey, because you seem to have trouble understanding our town code. Speaker must address the remarks to the presiding officer and be courteous in their language. All right? So I'd ask you not to talk down to the members of the public.
You could ask anything.
Call me what you want, but for the rest of them, please do. Thank you. Jonathan Fletcher. Is he here? Commission. It's gone. Marcio Luces.
It is absolutely clear that the city doesn't want this.
You got to name and address, please.
Marcelo Lucchesi, 9200 Bay Drive. So it's clear that, that no one here wants this. And ma'am, you were the only one, and
Again, please, I'm not even stopping the timer now because I've said this 5 times. Please address your comments to the chair.
Okay,
not to the public. Thank you.
sorry for the lady that make the comment. I understand the problem that she has mobility and all, but just think about the concept here. A flat airplane with 150 people. Am I going to have 150 wheelchairs waiting at the gate area to serve maybe 1 or 2 people? So it's absurd having this pre-stage. Yes, she deserves to have beach chair waiting for her, but it has to be some kind of a system that she can when she needs it. Now, my biggest problem is piggybacking on one of the comments from you about the cigarettes. Well, we can't enforce it. I know it's a great idea, but we can't enforce it. We have a clear law in this town that says no leaf blowers. And as you all agreed, it's happening every day. Who is enforcing it? Now you're making this major changing in our regulations that test, sizes and numbers and heights. Who's going to enforce it? Who's going to enforce it? So I invite you to please bring the code department over here and speak that does the code department has the staffing to go there every day and make sure that my rights are not violated, because some guy that makes $5 an hour decides to put the chair 10 feet that way or 20 feet that way. So who's going to enforce this horrible ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Kessler.
Randy Kessler, 9001 Collins Avenue, and I'm here to speak about the ordinance. I feel that the fact that we're even here tonight is preposterous, and I think that it should not even be an issue. I feel that if we want to have a chair to sit on the beach, that should be our prerogative, and that goes for everybody in the town of Surfside. I think that to draw a line and equate somebody who works for minimum wage and conclude that because they're going to put a chair down that they intend to kill a turtle egg is so far reaching and so insulting to everybody here. And I feel that I speak on behalf of the residents at the Surf Club, between the hotel and the residents. And I feel that to make the people that work there bring the chairs in at 5:30, 6 o'clock at night is unreasonable, and one of the best times during the day to sit on the beach is sunset. So after speaking to somebody who works for the city, they said to me that I live in the town of Surfside and I can't even go to the town after work because it's after the curfew. So I believe that there should not be a curfew. I think that should be up to each individual property to make that determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Karim, and forgive my pronunciation, Karim Tiriak. Here. Maria Pinzon.
Good evening, Maria Pinzon, and I am representing the residents in 9001. First of all, thank you so much for everything. I just wanted to bring to your attention that unfortunately not all the residents in our property are here right now. And as Mr. Vice Mayor mentioned, they are not here to be able to represent, but they have signed over 84 petitions allowing you guys to please look into the ordinance, as they are not happy with it as it is right now, and see what we can do with it. I have sent everything to you, all the petitions as well as all the comments, for you to be able to look into it. But they just want to see if it could be revised and looked into it. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. George Costos.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. Keep in mind the number 168. So in all this, we need to separate emotion from reason, because what this code actually does, or the first reading, and what it doesn't do, is sometimes lost. The two strongest features of the current code are prohibiting storage, which we know about, and keeping operators inside the box. Neither is in jeopardy tonight or under this proposal. First thing, do not permit the west side intrusion. Allowing it monetizes every box behind every property, changing the dynamic of the whole ordinance. So you must reject that. The hours should be revised from 8 a.m. back to 8 a.m. and stretch out to sunset. Sunrise is too early, obviously, yet enjoyment of the beach by anyone at sunset is as natural as the setting sun is itself. And it's also not too dark to clean up at sunset. Twilight is about 45 minutes after sunset. What about staging? Staging is crucial to logistics. The staging areas are dozens of feet away from where you place the stairs. The hotels are hundreds of feet away. Staging takes some of the burden off of the preset, and it takes some of the burden off of the back and forth through the dune. I would not do what you're doing in the staging, where you have multiple 8x8s up and down the beach. I would do, for the larger properties, a single 12x12. So 200 and above, 12x12, everybody else, one 8x8. Setup, which is preset, is very misunderstood. Imagine this: you have a dining table. You set it up with the linens, the china, the silverware, the stemware, everything. It's beautiful. You set it up for 6 people. That's setup. Setup exists at 8 in the morning, and it's over at 9. People come in, people sit down, the food comes in, they spill gravy, they spill the wine. An aunt and uncle and a couple cousins show up unannounced, and all of a sudden setup is gone.
Thank you,
right?
George.
It's regular seating at that point. You get the idea. Setup and regular seating don't have anything to do with each other.
Ben Jacobson.
Ben Jacobson, 9455 Collins, apartment 309. You've heard from the waves from the manager. You've heard from our secretary. I'm the vice president, as well as part of the association. We speak about this previous town commission that passed the current code that we're working off of. Where was that created? That was created by one commissioner who had a feeling on how things should be, and she put it together. Right now, what's going on is that we are litigating. We are working on an area of the beach which is new waters. We have very limited ideas of what we're allowed to do there, and for some reason, you know, the town is playing with this area. So if you piss off people too much, they sue you. If they sue you and you lose, you cannot regulate anything on the beach. You lose full rights whatsoever. Right now, the condos, the hotels, everyone is telling you, give us our box, let us keep our box clean, let us keep our box protected. We'll worry about our box. If something happens to the box, you tell us about it. And you know, one of the things I feel it's unfair with the current ordinance is the vendor gets the permit from the city on behalf of the condo. Well, if that condo or hotel, that vendor does a poor job, the condo loses the license for a year, not the vendor. The vendor should lose his license for a year. It's going the wrong direction. This is about equality. This is about making sure that the people who are coming from other areas, they get to go on the beach early in the morning and they get to stay till late at night. I have to take my chairs off the beach because we are, God forbid, live on the beach. We were clearly privileged, so that's a bad thing. We don't want to have that. One of the previous people spoke about nests, a nest, and people stepping on nests. Well, if you want to have a fund, start a fund. If you find a nest, you take a picture, and voila, you win $100 or whatever you want to do. That's a fantastic idea. I encourage you to do it, and maybe the town will even match that. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ben. I have no other speaker cards, so at this point, I'm going to shut public comment. You want to?
May I speak?
I don't know, there was a motion to have a 5-minute recess before we.
Oh.
Yeah, can I just,
Yeah,
5-minute
that's great.
recess before we get into this long discussion? Is there a second?
I didn't hear a motion.
A motion for a 5-minute recess, just to regroup before we.
Second? By who? Landsman?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long night, so. We gotta go 2 hours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask everybody to please be quiet and have a seat. Yeah, 5 minutes ago. It's Jewish time now that I'm here, so.
No, not this late. Chips, cookies. You got me on these things.
Just behind the scenes. You know.
Mayor, may I call a roll?
That was such a great.
May I call a roll?
Tell him I said hi, and thank you again.
We have to call the roll again?
Of course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get back into the meeting. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Danziger?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Present.
Commissioner Landsman?
Present.
Commissioner Mashine?
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. We are on item 4B1, Beach Chair Furniture Ordinance. We just finished public comment. Commissioner Mashide?
Mayor, I'd like to speak. I'd like to make a motion. I move that we approve this ordinance at first reading with the following changes. 1, staging shall be limited to 1 8-foot by 8-foot area for properties less than 200 feet frontage, and to 1 12 by 12-foot area for properties 200 feet and greater. In both cases, the vertical height is limited to 4.5 feet. 2, operations should be limited to the hours between 8 a.m. and sunset. And 3, to prohibit persons and entities west of Collins Avenue from entering into arrangements with beach furniture operators.
I'll second that, but I have some little information on here, some grammatical corrections, or not really grammatical, if you'd be open to it, that when I was reading through it. Line 161, it said beach furniture staging shall be limited to beach chairs stacked. It should also say and umbrellas, or beach furniture, either or. That was just one, little grammar change, because in that box it says.
It's misspelled.
Yeah, it should say beach chairs and umbrellas.
Okay.
And not stairs.
Beach stairs,
Yeah. And I'm good with that, and I want to discuss, obviously.
All right, so Commissioner Mashide, this is your item if you want to introduce it and open it up.
What was there,
So-
second?
Yeah, Vice Mayor second.
So this has been the 4th time a commission is sitting here through the beach chair ordinance. We have seen the very bad, and we have seen the very severe. So I think we just need to make these few adjustments for all the residents. I have been hearing, of course, from the residents here, but also from many residents from the condos through emails and other forms of communication. So again, I'm here to speak for all the residents. And so I think, and I hope we can come to an agreement to somewhere in the middle of the road to help provide better quality for everyone on the upland properties. And I don't think it's possible to just do for the hotels, because this stretch is known as the upland properties, and this rule pertains to all these properties, condos and the hotels.
All right. Thank you.
Can I say
Any-
something?
Which order do you want to go in?
Sorry?
I can go. Or no, let's.
Well, I'd rather choose the one that followed the rules and, okay, thank you.
Exactly.
Through-
Ladies last.
Through the mayor for the conversation at first read. Last month, we had this discussion, and it was well attended, and I appreciate, again, the additional comments. I'm looking at wherever I want to look. I appreciate the adjustments. Frankly, I don't think they go far enough. I heard a comment earlier from Clara Diaz Leal, I forgot all three names there, about incremental increase. And I am an advocate for incremental increase. I do believe the last commission went too severe and limited things beyond the realistic utilization for any property, condo, community center, or hotel. So I think we need to look at something incremental. I think the staging, as well as the presets, as well as the box utilization is too much, the way it's presented. So I am not in support at this point unless the creator, the motion maker want to discuss it. If you think, again, if you look at the presets per 100 linear feet, 0.2 chairs per foot, that's 20 presets. If you have 200 feet, which I think one of the properties in question has 200 feet, that's 40 preset chairs. So in the morning at 8 a.m., they can put out 40 chairs if they so choose. If there's further linear footage, they can put 60 chairs, 80 chairs. That's now, frankly, most of those properties will not put those out unless they know there's a need for it. They don't need to put out those chairs if they don't have the occupancy or the number of people or the expectation. But it does give you, again, 20 chairs, and then, of course, commensurate umbrellas per 100 feet. So I would be in favor of having, instead of currently 5 for everyone, to go somewhere in the middle, somewhere to get more availability for presets. And then I'm also concerned about the box, as some folks have mentioned, filling the box. Some operators will put chairs everywhere in the box, and it will become cumbersome and cause other problems. So I, again, as written, even with those other adjustments, I'm not in support of this, but do want to see some incremental increase. And to one person's comment through the commission, we don't legislate for one property. We can't just say, well, because one property is suing us, let's make a change for them, but not others. That's not allowable by law. Our attorney had recommended that when we had our first conversation about this. So anything we do from an ordinance perspective has to affect every property on the beachfront. So it's all or nothing. Again, I'm an advocate for incremental if that's something we can adjust.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Okay. I have a couple of things. First of all, on line 87, why are we taking out residents and verified guests? I think it should just take out the word "it's" and just leave residents and verified guests. I think this opens this to people that are going to be coming from other areas, from Indian Creek, so I don't have to say Hialeah, that are coming here to rent a chair from our beach operators. These beach chairs should be exclusively for guests of the hotels, guests of the condos or condo residents, and our Surfside residents. If you open it to taking this out, you would be opening this to pretty much having people from all over coming and renting a chair there. That's one thing. Sorry, I forgot my glasses. Okay, this is okay, so they're also 15 feet seaward of the vegetation line on the dune. I don't understand why we would be taking this 15 feet away from the dune. I mean, this is, you know, line 94 is being taken out 15 feet seaward of the vegetation line of the dune as set forth in section 86. So we're taking that out. I wrote something here.
Let's let the commissioner speak.
Why did I
please.
take that out? Sunny is, why is this, okay. And also, you're using now you're by putting this 8 by 8 square, you're having a larger footprint on the beach versus having 10 stacked beach chairs as we had before. Now you're gonna have 4. So if each beach chair is 2 feet wide, you can put in that 4 stacks of 4.5 feet of beach chairs. So, I mean, I agree with just one of them, but honestly, you want to try to minimize the amount of anything on the beach. so you can create more space for the residents. Because honestly, by making these boxes so big, you know, you're hindering residents from being able to, you're already giving them an enormous amount of chairs. I mean, having this unlimited box is not a good thing either. I don't agree with that as well. I think that there should be a limit on things. If you're gonna give them 60 chairs or whatever, but you can't leave it open to, if they can fit 1,000 chairs in there, they'll figure a way to put those 1,000 chairs in there. Okay, I would say presetting at what Fred was saying, maybe 10 per 100 square feet, 100 linear feet per property. So that would be 20 presets for the property in question. And the surf club, I mean, they have 900 feet of linear, so they have no problem. I mean, they would get 90 chairs in their huge waterfront that they have. So I think that that's more reasonable than giving them 20 chairs per 100 feet. I don't even think that the surf club will even need anything near that. I mean, I spoke to them the other day, actually today, and that was what was manifested, that 90 is way more than enough. 5, yes, I agree that that was a little bit too little, and I thought that was too little from the very beginning, but that was what other commissioners were willing to approve that day. So I had to go with whatever I could get approved. Some people wanted no presetting, period. So at least I got 5 chairs that day. Okay. In terms of the unlimited, that's something that honestly you really need to discuss because it cannot be unlimited. And I think you left all these things. Add a limitation. Okay. Like I said, add a limitation or revoke the box. I'm okay with 8 o'clock in the morning till sunset. I'm fine with that. Food on the beach. This is a problem. Because honestly, I've traveled several places, and this summer I happened to go to Hawaii. And one of these places, in New Hawaii, they're very pro their nature and stuff like that. And I have videos where these beach chair operators picked up the beach chairs, and there was garbage all over the beach. And their beaches, this was in Waikiki, which is not that wide, and there was garbage everywhere. So if this is how we want to live in our beach, which we cherish so much, and it's so important to all of us, and it's the most important asset that our town has, I don't think that that's the right move, because people are not going to be taking care of this. I even if you tell them you're going to fine them and this and this and that, I mean, even the 3 strikes and you're out, I don't feel the confidence that people are going to actually abide by this and make sure that they're not going to litter on our beach. And, you know, you talk about the environment and all this, and then you come here and you're acting in a very different way. You campaigned on that you protected the beach with the sand and all the other things, and then you're going to come here and allow this kind of stuff to happen. That's not right. And I don't agree with that. So, I mean, if we can figure out how many chairs you're going to allow on this beach, I don't think that it should be unlimited. I think allow what it was before. I think it was 60 chairs max for certain properties. I'm not sure how much it was, but unlimited is definitely not an option.
Are you done? Yes. All right. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my questions are through the mayor to the town attorney. I just have a lot of clarifications, want to put just a lot of facts out there to clarify the misinformation. So maybe through the mayor to town attorney can clarify some of this.
I'll decide if Tony.
Or Mr. Resio, if that's okay, or whoever wants to answer. First of all, who owns the beach?
Beach is owned by the state. It's a public beach.
Okay. Who owns the hard pack?
The hard pack is private property.
can you clarify for the public the difference between the hard pack and like where that line is? Because I think there's some confusion of what the beach and the hard pack and everything is.
So the, where do I start? From the back of the oceanfront properties, there is a portion that is, I guess, controlled immediately by the private properties. Then there is the hard pack. Then there's a little bit of dune. Then there's a jogging path. So in that dune between the jogging path and the hard pack, that's about where the erosion control line ends. That's how far these properties extend, the private property.
Okay.
Now, they are subject to, in many cases, easements and prescriptive easements, uses that have occurred, public uses along that hard pack, but it's still private property.
Okay. So not this ordinance, but the previous one that was previously passed. Was there anything in that ordinance that prohibited electric vehicles or hand carts on the hard pack, which was private property?
So there was a provision regarding motorized vehicular traffic prohibited on the beach upon a dune or in an area containing dune vegetation or in the waters adjacent to the beach. It was not specific to the hard pack.
Thank you. You answered where the beach started. It's been, a lot of this. All this concepts that we're talking about that somehow this commission is commercializing the beach, which is spreading out there. So let's start there. Did this commission create this ordinance which commercialized the beach?
No, you guys are amending an existing ordinance.
So we're amending. We didn't create this. We didn't commercialize it. We're just amending something existing.
You guys are amending an existing ordinance.
Okay. Who created this concept of the beach setup? Is that something that we created or was it previously in the ordinance?
That's in the existing ordinance.
Okay. Who created staging? Is this something we're creating or was this in the previous ordinance?
Staging is in the existing ordinance.
Okay. What was the height before allowed in the ordinance of the staging area, which we're putting at 4.5 feet?
There's no limitation on the height. There's a limitation.
I asked the height question, and it's my turn to talk. Okay. Somebody stated earlier, we should do a usage study. Was there a usage study done when the previous commission created this ordinance?
Specifically a usage study? No, there was a spatial study.
Okay. That was it. I do appreciate everybody for coming tonight. We all did hear you. I did listen. There has been a lot of different discussion from the last time. Last time we stated we weren't doing any, the big push from some people was don't do any overnight storage. We said from the beginning we're not doing any overnight storage. We're not doing day storage. That's in the charter amendment. 30 out of the 35 people that spoke last time all talked about storage and overnight storage. We never, and we said we weren't doing that, and I think they heard that. They didn't come here today. I took notes on today who spoke. 10 people spoke against the ordinance that we're talking about. 4 people spoke for it. Then we got, me personally, I know of over 300 resident signatures, not a change.org petition where my father who surfs with guys from Juno Beach said they signed this thing who don't live here. I know the rest of the commissioners here, we were elected by Surfside residents, not random people that don't live in the town of Surfside. I personally, I appreciate what the hotels do. I appreciate their money and everything they give us. I'm not doing this for the hotels. I'm doing this for condo residents that supported me, condo residents that I'm listening to, other residents that say this has gone too far. So for me, when I looked at this ordinance, and I met with the town attorney, I wanted to know all the details, the background, where this information came from. And I don't know if this is going to personally resolve the lawsuit. It may not. I mean, we're trying to regulate something that we don't even own. We're also putting regulations on the hard pack, which is private property. This is, somebody also told me, you guys should just throw away the ordinance. That would be the worst thing we could do. Mr. Resio, if we got rid of this ordinance and there was no ordinance, what would be the rules for chair operators?
If there's no ordinance at all, there's no prohibition on any.
See, that's why, you have to know all the information. That's why we were elected here. We do our homework. Most of us do our homework and our research to find out this information. We're not going to just say, get rid of an ordinance, because you get rid of it, that could be the worst thing we could do. So I'm open to, what you suggested. It's not, I would have liked more, but, this is about compromise and, and anything can pass with 3 votes. And I'm comfortable, I think that's where you want it to be. I still am comfortable with food and, and the reason I've always said I'm comfortable with food and beverage is if it's okay for a resident that lives in a house or a condo to bring down the road food and beer or water, whatever you want to the beach, and we'll, and we don't regulate that, we kind of turn our head even though it's not supposed to be allowed. Why is it okay? Why should we put a restriction on place because somebody lives in a luxury building and they want to have somebody bring out their food or water to them? It just, out of principle, didn't sound right to me. That's why I've always pushed for it. Hopefully, during second reading, we can do a little bit more research into this with the town attorney. And, I know it's not in there right now, but I would like to have more of a discussion about, if it's good for single-family homeowners and condos that don't have it, why isn't it good for people that have it? And I just don't think, out of principle, it's right that we're going to punish somebody because they live in a luxury building. So instead of bringing their own beer, we can bring our own beer, but if somebody brings me a beer from the condo, it's not allowed. And they're going to say, yeah, well, you can't bring your own beer now. We know we don't enforce that. That's the problem. Does our neighbor to the north and the south, Miami Beach, allow food or beverage on the beach?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to cut you off. We need a motion to extend the.
Motion to extend 1 hour.
Is there a second?
1 hour to 12 o'clock.
5:30.
Second.
Still at 12.
Okay, we can leave early.
Mayor?
Hopefully we'll get to it early. I second.
I'll second. Maybe we'll get done earlier.
I hope so.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
So leave.
All right. All right, I'm sorry to cut you off. Commissioner Velasquez, everybody was extremely quiet when you spoke, so I would just ask for the same courtesy for everybody else. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Vice
So,
Mayor.
it's the same thing, through the mayor, Mr. Town Attorney, does Bal Harbor or Miami Beach allow food or beverage on the beach?
I think we've done some preliminary research on that. I believe they do.
The restaurants and hotels.
Commissioner Velasquez, I'm going to ask again if you can please give
You're
the
asking-
Vice
you're
Mayor
not asking an
respect.
appropriate question. You're asking if
It's,
people are
Commissioner,
allowed to
you're
bring
out of
food.
order. It's not up for you to
It's
decide
very
what the Vice
different
Mayor's question should be.
If there's a hotel bringing the food or the resident bringing the food.
You are out of order. I would
Okay,
appreciate if you can
whatever.
follow protocol. Thank you.
It is what it is.
So, it's been established to the buildings, the cities to the north and the south, are allowed to have food on the beach. So I would never want carts or food served from the beach, but what I was saying is if you, just like you bring it from your house, if you want to, if you want to have somebody bring it to you, I'm not going to punish you for that. So I'd hope we could, do a little bit more research with the town attorneys, see what the other cities have, and come back for second reading and have more of a discussion on that item. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Before I begin, Jose, if you don't mind, if you can pull up the photo I sent you today. Are you able to do that? Other way. All right. So while he's setting that up, I'd just like to address a few concerns I know that we as a commission have been thinking about and trying to work past. We heard people complaining about messes and, it's going to bring more mess to the beach. Well, actually, we're enforcing, there's strict regulations that we're putting in place in this code. So if a hotel or a building or the vendor, it gets messy, they lose their ability to bring out furniture. They lose the license. You can imagine the ramifications of such a thing if the Grand Beach or the Four Seasons Hotel lose their ability to bring out a chair. I think they are more inclined to keep the beach cleaner than the rest of us. I happen to live on 90th and the beach to my left, which is the Four Seasons, is a lot cleaner than the beach to the right, just because of what they're trying to provide to their residents and their guests. So that as far as a concern for me, I don't think that's a concern at all. So leaving empty chairs, again, we're talking about presets, and we're going to pull something up shortly, but what we're proposing doesn't allow for empty chairs. There is a preset amount, but ultimately the rest is carry on, carry off, which is why we're trying to provide a staging area. Because we want them to be able to, when the resident gets up or the guest is done, they put it back in a space. Right now, they have to bring it back to the building or sometimes across the street, and that's not feasible. So maybe they leave it out in the hopes that maybe nobody will notice. But if we can make things a little easier for them to set up, it's a lot easier for us to enforce. When it comes to presets, what we're looking at now is 40 chairs in front of the Grand Beach as a trial. That entire beach we're looking at is the Grand Beach. There's very little impact over there. This is not something I'm worried about. And again, speaking with the hotels and speaking with the Four Seasons, which has a very large property, as mentioned, they don't want to be setting up 90 chairs every morning. They're going to be setting up preset based on what they think they need. Same thing with the hotels. They don't want to go out and set up 40 chairs if it's a quiet weekend. If it's a busy weekend, they may be inclined to do so in the anticipation that'll be used. So their guests don't have to wait for them to be preset to set up. But when we're talking about chairs on the beach, it's very important, and this is something that really got to me. We're talking about people on the beach. We're not talking about chairs. We have a little preset, but ultimately we're talking about a chair. So why should a resident be able to carry their own chair out? Why should somebody in a condo be able to drag the chair from his own building? But if he's paying for that service, it's not allowed. So it just didn't seem fair to me, and that's the issue that I jumped on. The other issue, and as the Vice Mayor and our attorney just pointed out, is that the regulation that was put in place 2 years ago is an overstep of our legislative authority. This is not our property. The hard pack is not our property. We have no right to legislate it. We had very little when it came to public health and safety. Our beach 3 years ago had diminished down to about 5 to 7 feet. The overnight storage at the time was impeding in the way of the emergency vehicles, the lifeguard vehicles that would go up and down the beach. And they were able to pass that legislation to get the overnight storage off. And that's what the commission, not the previous one, but the one before, was able to do. 2 years ago, they came in and they put forth legislation that they had no right to do, unfortunately. As nice as it sounds that we'd like to privatize this beach, and I get people telling me I'm making it private, that's just the opposite. What they did is privatize it. This happens to be a public beach. A person from Hialeah has the same right as me, has the same right as the person in a condo who's paying to bring a chair up. What they did is they privatized this item. We're trying to open it up and just be fair with everyone. What we did is, what they did was unauthorized, and yes, it's being challenged by the Grand Beach, and it would cost its residents a lot of money to try to combat that. But not just the Grand Beach, but there are other condos that I had spoken to while running that had expressed that they will be jumping in on that lawsuit. I know the Four Seasons would be jumping in on that lawsuit because this is something that is really hurting them, and they will fight for their right to have access to a public place just like everyone else. So we as a commission don't want to be putting our town in this situation. We can't afford it. If we lose that case, which there's a good chance we will, there will be zero regulation. That means we won't be able to talk about preset, we won't talk about anything. They can come out and the Grand Beach can set up chairs from 88th all the way to 96. They can do what they want. So we're trying to put forth legislation that they will be okay with, the buildings will be okay with, and we can still maintain that we will have a clean beach and orderly. The request by the residents, we are sitting here, we hear you, we see the emails, but there happens to have been, on the back end, there's more emails and more support. And the very fact that, again, I personally ran my campaign to make sure that the beach ordinance was fixed, that was put into place. And we are sitting here, all right? This is something that we were open and verbal about. So there is a need for this. There are residents, I think some of them that are elderly, there's elderly residents. It's not an evil corporation that's trying to do this. This is for our residents. And again, every chair is a resident that's out. As soon as they get up and they leave for the day, the chair will be put back into that little pile that we're setting up for them. I'm happy Commissioner Maisha changed a little bit of the ordinance a bit. West side of Collins would have totally commercialized our beach, so now we are taking that off the table. I'm happy that came up. There's just two items I'd like to discuss with the motion maker to see if it's something to that you can modify your motion. And the first is, as was stated by one of our speakers, is the vendor, right? Right now, this current ordinance holds the building responsible. So if there's a mess, and again, there's a system in place, they get a warning, a second warning, a fine, 3 fines, which is obviously minuscule compared to the final thing, but ultimately they lose the ability to put out chairs. The one that's doing the chairs is the vendor. I think it's the vendor that should be punished because they're not gonna be here with one contract. They're gonna be here with 4 or 5 contracts if this goes through. And they're more, they will be more motivated to make sure that our beach is actually clean. And one of the things that this does is the previous code said that they had to clean the beach twice a day, 3 times a day, thank you. And now, if code compliance is going up and down the beach and they see something, the guy managing the chairs just says, yeah, I just cleaned it a half hour ago, I'll get back to it in 2 hours or whatever it is. There's no way to determine when they cleaned it. It wasn't at 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, it was just 3 times a day. That was very vague. This ordinance says the beach has to be clean at all times. So if code walks down there at any time and they see a bottle, these people are responsible. So just the question I want to present to the motion maker is, if we're holding the building responsible, it's not the building providing the service, it's the vendor. And if the vendor loses if the building loses the ability, the vendor still has 8 more buildings that he's servicing. So I want to see if we can hold the vendor accountable, since they're the one providing the service.
As well as the condo, or can I point of inquiry to the town manager? Would that work when they go for a license? I mean, I'm just not sure
So the building goes for a license, but the vendor is listed, I believe.
Carmen, who's listed on the license? The building, right?
Good evening, everyone. Carmen Santos Alborna, Code Compliance Manager for the town. Correct. So the permits are issued to the condominium association or to the hotel, not to the vendor. And the definition, it defines a beach furniture operator as a hotel or a condominium. So permits are issued to.
Because I know we had a discussion at the last meeting about insurance, so which they required to come back and show every year.
Correct.
So we do have the vendor on file then.
We have the condominium or the hotel liability insurance.
So it's from the building.
Correct. That's something if you wanted to
Is there a way
consider,
we
it
can
needs to
modify
be
the
added.
form when they're doing it, and or does it overcomplicate if they start listing who their vendor is, and if there's a change in vendor?
We know who their vendors are, and sometimes they do also provide their liability insurance. However, the ones that I require the most are the hotel or condominium, because the permits are issued to them, not to the vendor.
Look, so I'm okay even if the building maintains, but if we kind of let the vendor get away with it, and he has multiple contracts, he's not as motivated again to keep this clean, because the onus is on the building. So if he loses that contract, he's still got 5 more possibly in this town.
But, and I don't know if you can answer that, but don't you think if the hotel or condo is getting fined, that they're going to be talking to the vendor?
Yeah, I mean, if they get fined and they get 2 more,
Do you know
you know,
what-
they can lose it. But ultimately, who's being responsible, right? Because if the vendor doesn't care, yeah, maybe by the second fine, they fire the vendor in preparation of, you know, they don't want to lose their
Holding their
license.
license,
Yeah.
right?
But if they get a new vendor, they're still on 2 strikes for that year.
So the violation
Even
will
though they
be.
took
Have you
action.
had that experience?
No, what we could do is issue a companion violation notice to the vendor. Because just if I may, if whenever we issue a civil violation notice to a property, even if a tenant is the one committing the violation, the property owner is responsible for whatever happens on their property. So it will be kind of the same concept here.
All right. Are you
We could
amenable
do- we
to
could issue
adding
companion.
Something like that, a clause,
Yes.
to hold the vendor in addition. It's still my, okay, yes.
So, I don't agree with this because.
Commissioner,
That's not a point of inquiry, that's an opinion.
I'm asking a question.
Commissioner,
Again,
can you
I'm
speak?
ruling your inquiry out of order.
So,
Commissioner, your
but
inquiry is out of order.
You already acknowledged that I could speak.
No, so let me explain this to you, and again,
I'm
we
gonna
started,
ask
can I
Carmen
please
a
explain something to
question.
you? Point of inquiry allows you to ask a question on what was
And I'm
just said.
gonna ask her a
On what
question.
was just said. You were going off topic of what she had just
Okay,
mentioned.
I'm getting to my question.
It needs to be one question,
Okay,
it's
I
over.
am
You don't
going-
get to interrupt the speaker.
Oh
So
my
please ask your
Lord, but
question
this
to
is-
the chair. Please ask the question.
But you're not the one who can answer my
I
question.
actually am the chair, validates your point of inquiry or not. So please ask me the
So how come you
question.
didn't validate, Mary Ann's?
Do you want to ask the question, or are we
Why
going
is
back?
it everything is an issue with anything that I say?
We're going to go back to the town
Okay,
business. If you're not going to
I'm
put forth your
asking, I
motion.
want to ask her a question. Why is it that every time that I ask something, you have an issue with this?
Is that the
When
question to
anybody else
Carmen, or?
of your buddies ask a question, you don't have an issue with this.
Because they wait to talk. They wait to
But
their
I,
turn.
and I also, she asked a point of inquiry,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner asked a point of inquiry, and she was able to talk.
Commissioner, you put in a point of inquiry. Do you want to
Okay,
put that
I
point
have a
forward or
question.
not? So
I
please
have a
ask me the question.
Well, now with all this stuff that you put me through, I forgot it. It's like unbelievable, this is
Thank you.
craziness. Every single time I'm
All
gonna
right,
talk, you
Commissioner,
have an issue.
thank you. Thank you very much. Please let me continue my turn.
The companion fine,
Yes, we're going to put the companion fine on there. Are you all right with modifying that?
yes.
Okay. The other thing, and I know we discussed this before, was the 3-year contract. I just wanted to bring it up because I don't know if we were clear initially. We had put forth a request to allow the vendor or the building to, and I know there was an issue with insurance, but they can always come in and validate that every year, just like we know now it expires. But to put forth a 3-year contract to allow them, and this includes the town also, when we go out looking for a vendor, we're more inclined to find a better vendor. If we can say, look, we have you for 3 years, providing, and this is the important part, providing that we don't lose our license, right? If we lose our license because we're trashing the beach, it's not like they get 3 years and then they're done. So the 3 years allows buildings, it allows us to look for more vendors and hopefully get a better pricing. So I know we discussed it before, but I just want to make sure that that point was clear because I don't think we discussed it at the discussion, is that the 3 years doesn't lock them in through 3 years. It allows them to seek better pricing. But if the vendor or if there is garbage on the beach, they go through the same process, the 1, 2, 3 fines, and then they lose their ability. It doesn't change any of that. Commissioner, you are not recognized. You are not recognized right now. This is my time.
So 3 years is 3 years of a contract.
Are you amenable to that?
She said the last time that she didn't want a 3-year contract.
Commissioner,
What part of that?
Commissioner, are you not understanding how these meetings work? You've been on this commission for 2 years. You've been on the commission for 2 years. Do you not understand how this works?
You're trying to make her change her mind when last time she wanted
Can I get a motion for a
1 year.
recess?
Motion for a 3-minute recess.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Because he's trying to convince
Second.
her to do a
All right,
1
all
year
in
instead of
favor?
a 3 year.
right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for the interruption. Let's see if we can get some business done over here. All right, Commissioner, guys. Commissioner Maischeid, again, I'm bringing up this point. You are free to say yes or no. You are the motion maker. I just wanted to bring up.
Mayor, can I call the roll?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman,
Present.
Commissioner Mashai,
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez is absent from the dais. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. So just to finish this up before we push through a vote, is this something that you are amenable to, modifying the ordinance?
I have considered this several times, but I still just feel more comfortable with the 1 year. And
Okay.
I believe that we can work with that. I believe everybody will be on their best behavior. It's only in the nature of a good business. So I am still comfortable with 1 year.
All right. So
Thank
I
you.
think we've heard everybody's input. Nobody's going to be changing on this. Can we call the vote on this item? Where's
But
Tony, you're here?
Can I, do I have to change it with the companion fee?
Yeah, I was going to mention it to
Okay,
Tony,
all right.
if we could just.
I added
Yes,
the.
that's
do
true.
you do
The
that?
vice mayor has to agree to the modification.
Correct. It's adding a companion fines to Bando in addition to the beach furniture operator.
I'm good with it, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Machado, are you good with that as well?
I-
Are you okay with that
Yes,
amendment as well?
Yes, for the companion fine.
Yeah, please. So with that modification that we put in, right?
Correct.
Lily, you got it? It was the companion fine?
Yes,
Hold the vendor accountable as well?
correct.
Point of inquiry?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we doing about this contract? Is it 1 year or 3 years?
It is staying at 1 year.
1 year, okay.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Commissioner Mashai?
Yes.
Commissioner Lansman?
No.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Item 5, resolutions and proclamations. We have nothing on the agenda for that. Moving over to good and welfare was completed. Item 7, town manager and town attorney report. 7A, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I got, would you go for another hour? Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. One thing I want to do is I want to recognize my employees that are here. We actually have more
Sorry,
employees.
Mr. Manager, I apologize, I can't hear you. Commissioner, if you don't mind letting the town manager speak. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I do want to recognize my employees. We have more employees here than we have citizens, so I appreciate your hard work and your diligence and your stick-to-itiveness, even in the light of some criticism earlier. And the clerk, I do apologize for that resident. The building department in July, or excuse me, in August, is going to be issuing the foundation permit for the Eden. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I've heard it's pronounced both ways, Eden and Eden. So I'm not really sure if which way is proper. The 205-room hotel that's going to be constructed across from Town Hall. The building department also, as of July 19th, had issued 113 building permits and performed 184 inspections. Also, we are launching, we have upgraded our InGov software to perform some improved customer service, to do some more online type of permit issuing and applications. And we're also, I've talked to a couple of commissioners about, improving our methods in there. So we'll continue to discuss that. And we're also looking to hopefully reduce lobby traffic. It just is a better system when you have people doing things online, as most of you know. We are going to begin, we have begun our digitization of our building permit, our building plans for the town. That way people will be able to go online and find everything when they need it. Obviously, we went through an exercise during the collapse with a lot of requests, so we're going to make it easier for a homeowner or anybody to go online and just find what we have, building permits, building plans. Also, we are going to be beginning our demo of the lobby probably toward the 1st of September. So that is a much needed upgrade to our facility here. In the tourism department, they hosted the first of the summer Fridays, and the second one will be this Friday, actually, August 12th, and the third one will be September 2nd. It'll be from 4 to 7 behind the community center on the beach. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. We continue to negotiate with the AFSCME, Florida Council 79. That is the collective bargaining unit with the general employees. After our shade meeting, we will be meeting with them on August 17th to discuss what we discussed in there. And we have started negotiations with the FOP. We held our first negotiation on the 20th of July. Parks and Recreation continue to discuss weekly with a group called Game Time Playgrounds regarding the progress of the Hawthorne Tot Lot renovation. So we're moving forward on that. I think one thing here I really want to bring to everybody's attention. We've already discussed this in private individual meetings today and yesterday, but the 96th Street Park, we put it out for bid. It was out there for 60 days, and through happened chance, we didn't get any bids, but we've regrouped. We're putting it back out for bid probably tomorrow or Thursday for 45 days. We feel like that will result in what we need to get accomplished to get that park started as soon as possible. That is something that's on the forefront of our minds. I was on vacation last week when we didn't receive any bids. When I came back, we had a pretty good meeting on Monday to reorganize and to refocus. We feel like we did everything right. It was just the timing. So we've got a great opportunity before us now. The police department, the Florida Licensing on Wheels, which is a very good program. You can get your driver's license here. It's a portable program. They'll be here August 15th, 2022 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and you have to go online or call for your reservation. So anybody needing to do that, it's called the Flow program. The Surfside Police Department is going to be hosting a blood drive again on August 24th, 2022 from 11 to 4:30 here at Town Hall. And on the 25th, there's Coffee with the Cops. I already mentioned the 96th Street Park. Undergrounding utilities, we continue to work on that. The project, we are doing an existing condition survey and verification of the town to make sure that we know what we're dealing with FPL and AT&T and our poles and our alleyways and that type of thing. And design continues regarding the commercial alley between Collins and Harding, which is a very important part to remove some of what I kind of say spider webs, but it's just as we drove around town yesterday and we were looking at a lot of the power lines and things, and you don't really, unless you're really paying attention, you don't realize how many you have. And it's going to be a good change for the town. Let's see, I think I do have staff here if we need to discuss more, but as far as the downtown walkability design, we did have a DVAC meeting. I have talked to Commissioner Myscheid, and we're going to be having another a meeting coming up probably toward the end of the month. We had a couple of vacations. She and I took separate week vacations and pushed us back a couple of weeks. So we're going to have another meeting to bring Walter in. We've got a lot of information on some of the surveys we've done and some of that. So we've got a good start. So we're going to be able to pull that together. The July 6th was our organizational meeting, so that should be coming up, and you'll be hearing more about that. Hopefully by the end of this month, or sometime this week, we'll schedule a meeting, and so by the end of the month, we should be able to meet and then have a update for you at the September meeting. I think as far as the Abbott Avenue drainage improvements, we're 60% completed with the drawings, which means we can put those out for Durham to start getting our permits, which is a big step. Durham is probably the biggest step. So we'll be doing that any day now. We got the construction documents about 2 weeks ago, so we've got to work with the permitting process through the county to be able to meet the deadline of this month to have 2 phases completed of the project. So we are really on track and right where we need to be to get that accomplished. So again, thank you. End of the report.
All right. Are there any questions for the town manager? Madam Attorney, update.
Yes, there are some items which are on consent, which are not discussed in detail or at this
I would
meeting.
ask, I know we're in the middle of like 3 pending lawsuits that we know of. Can we
Yeah,
get an update on
I
this?
was gonna get to that.
Yeah.
But I just want to bring your attention on page 15 are some of the other matters that we work on. Some of these items are on consent and they're important agreements. For example, an agreement with Nova Consulting for water main design on Collins Avenue. That was accomplished. Also, an agreement for standby disaster cost recovery services, where we piggybacked on a county agreement, and that's very important for hurricane season. Also, there was an amended MOU with our neighboring communities to supplement a second resource officer at Ruth K. Broad. That may be of interest to the community. With respect to litigation, there really are no changes on our cases listed starting on page 16. There are no changes or status updates. On the FAA appeal, we still have not heard a decision from the 11th Circuit on our appeal of the Metroplex. And all the other cases are the same as last month.
All right. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Any questions for the attorney? All right. Thank you for all your work. Moving on to item 8, unfinished business and new business. There's actually one item that has come up. We have a vacancy in the Police Officers Trust. Jonathan Jordan, who was one of the members, had to step away. I wanted to pass the gavel and make a motion to add one of the other candidates, which was William Blumenkrantz, to this board.
I'll pass it back and second it.
No, you gotta keep it till the end. You get second.
Madam?
Can I call a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mashine?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Take it back. You're doing a better job. Go for it. All right. Item 9, we have 3 items to discuss. We have some public comment. We're going to start with that. Can you, yeah.
I'd like to see if I can get a motion to move I'd like to make a motion to move the seaweed cleanup first of our discussion items, since I don't know if we're gonna get to everything tonight.
So 9C above
9C.
9A.
I'll second that one.
All right. All in favor?
Yes.
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 All right. So moved, I guess. All right. Gerardo. I'm keeping the timer on 2 minutes, by the way, since everybody already spoke on these items, and it's
Sure.
almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah, Gerardo Valdostigi, 9148 Froud Avenue. I want to say quickly about the Gazette. I do hope it can stay in paper form. I might be one of these elderly residents that the town manager referred to, but I get so many e-newsletters from organizations that I care about, like Tropical Audubon Society, the Miami Beach Botanical Garden, and I want to know what's going on, and I never get around to reading those. The email comes in when you're doing something else. It sits there in your inbox. The Gazette is something I look forward to getting in the mail, and I do read it, and it sits around, on the dining table or something, and I find it. So I hope we can continue with the paper. I think item 2, what had been item 2F, this public relations proposal, is really a disaster. And as Eliana said about an earlier item, I don't think this one should even get a motion. I think it's so bad. I want to go through a couple of the things that really concern me about this. In the first paragraph of his memorandum here, the mayor says a couple of things. He says that there's a problem right now because there are people in the town who are engaging in an effort to undermine the town's administration and elected officials. I don't know who he means. I might have been one of those people. Nobody here is trying to harm the town. And this idea that we have internal enemies that we need to be defending against through PR is really troubling. He also says people are weaponizing the media. This is, I think, a ridiculous way of presenting the media. The media think for themselves and they are professionals. When a reporter like Aaron Leibowitz writes a story that's negative about the town, it's because, there might be something negative about the town. And, the media fact-check their reporting. Nobody weaponizes the media. That way of talking is just not right. I don't think any part of the town administration should be working against citizens who exercise their First Amendment rights. If the town does something bad, and I think, for example, I still think this, on June 27th, what happened with the pride flag was a scandal. I think both the town manager's failure to respond to Commissioner Myscheid and then the evasive and misleading response that the town attorney gave to the Miami Herald reporter, these are serious problems. We should not be engaging in public relations efforts against our citizens. That's not right.
Julio Rumbart.
Julio Rumbart, 8855 Collins Avenue. Since my time is short, I won't repeat what he said, but I certainly will echo it in sentiment. I think your proposal is completely self-serving. I think if you have a problem with communications in this town, hire the right internal communicator. And have a report to the town manager. Doesn't work, fire the town manager. But don't go looking for a PR agency outside who is going to help you correct your mistakes. If you do, put out an RFP that's really clear, that talks about what the responsibilities are, and one of those should not be to prop up anybody's image on this dais. It should be to get tourism, it should be to get the things that towns talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Julio. Eliana Salzauer.
Eliana Salzauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I addressed this in the earlier meeting. I'll do it again. This idea about a public relations firm to combat negative media, as Gerardo said, it's ludicrous, quite frankly. It's something that should not even be discussed. So when he makes the motion for it, don't second it. End of discussion. We can move on with our lives because this is a preposterous road to be going down. We have a communications internal staff. The director of that department is tasked with handling this. We had a wonderful director who complained about being harassed and then got fired. And that's where we're at. So when negative things happen and the media reflects a negative story, it's because something bad has probably happened. They're not looking to churn up stories. That's not the way it works, all right? About the seaweed that you all can't stand, all right? I'm reading here from the DEP's own website, and it says here that the seaweed cannot be removed until it hits the shore, and that sargassum, the benefits of sargassum, which is what the seaweed is, provides a crucial habitat for marine species, including endangered sea turtles, which upon hatching on our beaches make their way out to the sargassum to spend their juvenile years feeding and growing amongst the seaweed mats. It's also an important element in shoreline stability. It provides nutrients to the shoreline and can replenish areas that suffer beach erosion due to hurricanes and storms, helping to keep our shorelines resilient. We have to stop pretending that the beaches are here for us to loot, to pleasure ourselves. That's not what they're here for. We are here second. The environment comes first, and we come second. If we try to trump nature and trump the environment, we won't be here at all. And that will be the last laugh that happens. So you all can try to exploit the environment and pollute it and do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you and I won't be here. And that's the path that you're going down. Every time you try to bring back glass leaf blowers or plastic straws or get rid of the smelly seaweed because you don't like it, and by the way, that's the area that you've reserved. And I'm going to reserve my, the Gazette for sure. I'm not a paper, I'm a paper person in general. The Gazette, a lot of residents in town, like same ones who can't carry their chair to the beach, they rely on that Gazette for information. They're not on the internet. That's a big part of our population, and you can't be sidelining them and telling them to just get with the program online. Thanks.
Thank you, Eliana. Jeffrey Platt does not seem to be here. At this point, I'm closing public comment. Mr. Vice Mayor, this is your item if you want to introduce it and then put forth a motion.
So the seaweed cleanup was literally the #1 thing I've heard. Hundreds of people talk to me about this, a lot more than beach chairs. And I've heard complaints about seeing all the seaweed on the beach. Why is it only in certain sections? And then I reached out to the town manager, the assistant town manager, and I know you were for this in the past. It was cut from the budget. It was cut from the budget from the previous commission, not it was supported by you, but I know you didn't have the support back then. There are areas of our town to the north, to the south cities that clean up it. I believe it's even done in some areas of our town. So I think all residents should enjoy the seaweed cleaned up. Correct, it cannot be removed from the beach, it is pushed down, so I'd like to make a motion to, I don't want, Jason will talk for 45 minutes, but, just make a motion to go back and put that back in the budget to contract with the seaweed, cleanup people.
I second that.
There we go.
I second that.
Any other comments on this item?
No comment. Second?
Well, she said.
Oh, okay.
Senator? We have two. Any comments on it, or?
Comments?
We could let it go and just vote and keep moving on.
We have a motion and we have a second, right?
Yes.
So do you have
Any comments?
a rebuttal on it? Do you not want to clean the seaweed?
I'm okay with cleaning up the seat. Excellent.
All right, yes. Commissioner Velasquez, any comments?
Well, I mean, my comment is, let's clean this up. I mean, it may be environmental, whatever Eliana's saying over there, but if they're turning it and keeping it under the sand, because that's what they do, I don't think that's harming the environment at all. I am definitely for this, because it's really bad out there. You can't even go into the water because there's way too much seaweed. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Vice Mayor, I appreciate you bringing this forward. This is also a large complaint I hear from the residents, and our job is to legislate and look after our residents, and the turtles come second as far as I'm concerned. So I appreciate this coming forward. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on this?
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Mosheit?
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Moving on to, is it 9A now or 9B? Does it get renamed?
It will be 9B, the public relations.
Public relations. Okay, so I'm glad we get to this. I'm going to introduce it and see if I can get a motion, even though everyone said nobody should, and hopefully understand what this is. What this request was for specifically was a crisis manager. We have people in-house that do our communication, but there's been two stories in particular, and I don't want to speak about it, that it directed towards the police department that came out in the news. They were unfounded, obviously, but the town did not manage this well. They didn't comment, they didn't respond, and when you do that, you look guilty. And it's important for us to have somebody that knows how to respond to something like that, how to manage something. You can't come up, and I know somebody had sent me an email about creating a strategy. You're playing, ball by whatever comes in. We didn't know what's coming up. And again, I don't want to give and start repeating these things because they were unfounded accusations, but they did go against, this was directed at the town. I'm perfectly fine standing outside and defending my position against my position on the flag. I have no issues with that. I'm a strong person. You can all stand here and insult me. I could take it from Twitter. I could take it from the news. That's not the issue. The problem is we're responsible for the town. When you don't respond to these things right, and there were two in particular, explain to me, please, how we're going to attract good staff to our town when we have allegations going out in the news that there's sexual harassment running rampant in the town hall. How are we going to attract employees like that? How are we going to attract tourists when there's news stories saying that the police are harassing residents? This doesn't sound like an inviting town. So these are the two particular issues that we needed to manage better. And I want to make sure that we do have people in staff, we have communications, I know we're working on some internal, but that doesn't cover this. We need somebody who knows how to work with the news, how to manage these things when they come out, and the title is a crisis manager. So that is what we're looking for. The reason why we wanted to come here is twofold. Number one, these items happen and weren't addressed. So this is something the commission has to start bringing forward, because I feel if we leave it alone, we'll continue the way it is, and this town could start looking worse. The second reason is, yes, this does, even though there's harassment or whatever it is, the allegations were, guess who gets blamed for it? The mayor, the commission. Why aren't we doing something about it? People don't understand our obligation and what our responsibilities in the town are. We don't get involved in personnel issues, but we still are the face of it. So I want to make sure that we have some sort of say in this of who's going to be representing the town and essentially representing us when somebody's pointing at the town and saying that there is sexual harassment running rampant in a building which I work in, and that doesn't seem to be in this case. So if I can get a motion, contrary to what people want, to look into hiring, and it's not, let me be clear, because it's not a full-time job. This is not a retainer. This is just engaging, looking around, finding somebody that we feel fits us better, and if something comes up, and all these items were pushed by residents who didn't bother looking into the full story. So if another resident decides to hurt the town that he lives in and push one of these items through the media, we can turn to someone and have them hopefully respond and manage this and respond correctly and make us look good. And by us, I mean the town.
I'll make the
So-
motion to move it forward so we can have a discussion to look into a crisis management.
All right. And if you see the budgetary item, there's no budget because it's not gonna cost us anything unless we need it, that's first of all. And it's not gonna be relevant until we have these conversations with the people and see what they charge. So we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second if we're looking into the possibility. We're not,
Well, we
it's
wanna
a
see
discussion.
if we want to look to have someone in the Rolodex, essentially. We're not hiring anyone, we're not putting a retainer, this
So
is
I-
sewing. Do we wanna make sure that we have somebody on our Rolodex that when the Channel 7 story breaks out like that again, which makes the town, and the town, not the commission, not the thing, but makes the town look bad, that we can respond to something like that?
So I'm open to the suggestion. I'll second.
Yes.
Andy, when we had our
Again,
situation.
This
Ca-
ends up
okay,
as
so
a.
point of
please just-
inquiry?
No, you don't need a point of inquiry, you
I
have the
have
floor.
a, I
but
have a
please-
question.
You don't need it, you have the floor, just through the
Oh,
mayor.
oh, through the
ask
mayor,
your question.
whatever.
And that's not whatever, this is protocol, this is what you're elected to do, please follow the
No,
protocol.
I'm not
and
elected
respect
to
the
call you
town.
through the mayor to speak to you.
You are
to the
elected to
town
enforce
manager.
and create laws, the laws
Oh,
require
my
that you direct your
Lord.
comments
That's
through the
why
chair.
we're here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
No,
because
because
your
you fight on
constant
everything. Everybody else here seems to
Everybody
understand this
else- well,
process.
How does
Commissioner.
everybody else ask a question and they don't have to say all this other stuff?
They actually do
I
if you
ask
pay
a question
attention,
and
they
you
do.
have an issue with everything that I say. Why?
Because you start accusing the town manager, so
I'm
please
not
just direct.
accusing him. I was
just
gonna ask
make
him a
your-
question.
Commissioner, do you want to ask your question or not?
Okay.
Are you yielding your time to the next one?
No, I'm not yielding my time to
Because you're
anyone.
going off topic, so please just stick
I'm
with the
not
item we're discussing
yielding
here
off
tonight.
anything. We're talking about PR. And that's the question that I have to ask
I don't think
Andy.
I said the word PR, I think it was crisis management.
Well, whatever. Well, in here you
Again,
put
big
PR.
difference.
In here you put public relations firm. Now you're calling it a crisis management.
Commissioner, do
In
you have a
your
question for the
thing,
town manager you'd
okay,
like to direct through the
So
chair?
if you would stop interrupting me, I would be able to ask my question.
Part of my job, or
pero-
the only job that I have
Pero
up here
pura.
is to keep this meeting running smoothly, to keep it on point.
Well, you're not
When
running
you're
it
running in
smoothly because you're
circles and
constantly
distracting the
interrupting me.
conversation,
I am not running in circles.
disrespecting the
I was gonna
commission
ask the town
and the
manager a
community, it is
question
my
that
job
is
to stop
completely
it. That is
relevant
my
to
only
this
job up
situation.
here.
No, you will
So I'm
not
going to
continue
ask
to
you
interrupt
to
me
please
because
follow
if you gave
protocol
me the
and respect this
word
commission.
so that I
Thank
can
you.
speak, then you will allow me to ask my questions. Oh, my God. Andy.
Not
Sorry.
Andy.
What, why can't I call him Andy? Oh, sorry, Mr. Town Manager. Okay, when the collapse of the Champlain Tower happened, how fast did it take you to get a PR firm? That was like almost immediately,
Same day, yeah.
the same day. So why is it that we need to have here, and this, obviously, the second question is not towards you. My question here is, why is it that we need to have a PR firm on hand when it's clear that we can get a PR firm with the snap of our fingers, and we don't need to have, like, if we're gonna go put out there an RFP so that we can protect your image, because that's what it clearly says here. It says more specifically to the mayor. Who is the mayor in this town right now? Fortunately, you. So why, to have this here is outrageous, and we don't need this.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I don't know if you're going to. I'm okay with having it in the Rolodex if he needs to make the call. You know, it's not something I want to sign a contract for, but I believe Frank is doing a great job, but we are looking for somebody in public relations right now. We don't have that person, so in the meantime, I'd like, Frank has done a great job, but just to have that person potentially to call up if any crisis or stories break. I'm comfortable with that.
All right. Before, I would just like to ask, Mr. Manager, who did we call when these 2 stories broke?
It was done in-house. We kept it in-house.
All right, do we have anyone on Rolodex right now that is protocol to call when something like that happens for the town?
The only group that I've worked with is the news reporters during the event. I think prior to that, it was Pinzer Communications. That's the only two I'm familiar with here.
But I guess, yeah, going backwards, who did we refer to, right, when this happened?
Nobody before I got, we didn't need it until the collapse with me, but I don't know, Jason and anybody before me can speak to if
No, I want to
how
ask,
we
and
use Pinzer,
specifically
but they
the two stories that came out against our town and the police department.
It went through our staff.
All right, so that is all this is up here as a discussion, is to make sure that we as a town have someone that we can call upon when this happens.
Let me just round out the conversation. I don't think this is necessary. We have a great communications director. We have an open position on staff that we're interviewing for to add to the communications department. Perhaps part of the requirement we include to hire this person is experience with crisis management, with public relations, with media relations, so that he or she can take that role. The reality is, as a town, we can't necessarily respond perhaps the way you'd like to, Mr. Mayor, in terms of defending us, because there's ongoing investigations, there's information that we cannot provide the community. The press will be the press, and they'll always be negative because that's their nature. And we just have to kind of roll with it. So,
Commissioner, I'm sorry, 1 second.
So
Commissioner,
again-
I can't hear what the speaker is saying. If you want a private meeting with the attorney, please ask her to leave the room and go with you and have that discussion. I can't hear. It's not fair to Commissioner Landsman.
Can't even hear me.
We absolutely can hear every word.
there should be one person speaking at a time. Thank you. And in addition, the manager has discretionary ability to get services for our community up to $25,000. So if something happened, the scale of CTS or anything else, as he did before, he would find someone, Mr. Manager would find someone to help us with that situation. So I don't think this is necessary, because I think we can do it without having this as a discussion, as an ordinance, et cetera. And again, I rely on our communications department to do what they can do within the scope of their work and with what's appropriate. And again, our new hire can have some additional maybe capabilities to do more than perhaps we currently do.
So 2 points just to that is that number one is we don't have anyone right now. We maybe get one in 6 months, but we don't have anyone now. And this commissioner, please. And the second item, Jesus. And the second thing is that we didn't use them, right? The manager may call some of it. We had 2 items, like I said, that really affect this town. Because when you have these allegations that there's sexual harassment running rampant in City Hall, who are we gonna have come work here? When they're gonna Google the town of Surfside and see that pop up? When we have, like, Commissioner, do you mind? When you have a false report going out that police are harassing residents, who's gonna want a vacation here? So that is what I'm looking to address. Now, if we fill that position full-time, great, you know? But what we're looking for is to direct the town, because, no offense, but they didn't respond to these 2 items properly. They didn't utilize, maybe they have 10 numbers in their phone, but they didn't utilize them, did they? So it's for the commission to direct the town to make sure that we have that ability. And we may not be the ones to call that, but at least Andy will have that resource. The manager, I apologize, will have that resource that we know that we want to make sure that we respond to this correctly. Because they don't have to give out all the information to say the right things.
Mayor, may I speak? Can I be recognized?
You already spoke, so I'm going to ask
You see
Commissioner
this
Maishad, who hasn't spoken.
I would rather be proactive than reactive, since we don't have a communication person per se. And if it's just to keep somebody on the Rolodex and look into it in case we need it, I'm for that.
May I speak?
All right. There was
I'm
just a
asking-
question to call the vote.
I'm asking to speak.
Call the vote? Okay, but somebody asked to call the vote.
Okay, but then if you call the vote, then I can't speak anymore.
Exactly. I think
Because you've
that's
already
the
closed
point
this
of the
item.
Vice Mayor.
Why
so.
is it that I can't speak?
because we don't want to go around the second time. I think we heard
Okay,
each
but
other
I
out, and
haven't
we'll see
finished
where
my
we go.
comments, and
But
I
the vote
only
was
spoke for
called,
less than a
Commissioner.
minute.
The vote was called, and at
Okay,
this
but
point,
you-
we have to respond and call
You
the
see,
vote.
this is the same thing, because you know that what I'm gonna say is something that you're not gonna like, because first of all, you can't go and say that the police department
Commissioner Shine?
has to go and discuss these allegations publicly when they're in the middle of an investigation.
The town clerk's calling the
And
vote.
then we have a
town clerk has called the
communications
vote.
director, his name is
Commissioner
Frank, by the way, and we have an
Yes.
attorney that has more than 30 years of experience
Commissioner
as an
Landsman?
attorney. And we have a town manager that has tons of
No.
experience as well.
Commissioner
And a
Velasquez?
assistant town manager, absolutely not.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries. Mayor, I need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend 5 minutes or 10
Second.
minutes?
Second. Commissioner Marshall, 5 minutes. Second.
Commissioner Manshaw, was that your motion?
The format of the Gazette.
That's it.
Yeah, I think yeah.
All right, 5 minutes.
All right, Mr. Manager, we've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing that we've discussed internally in the last several months, we've had, goodness gracious, since probably December, we've had some issues with the U.S. Postal Service with getting our Gazette out on time. One thing we're not going to do, people sometimes read between the lines, think we're doing something we're not. We're not going to not print the Gazette. What we're considering doing is having a different method of distributing it, send it out electronically, which we already do, and then having copies available for those who want it in multiple locations throughout the town. We just feel like if we meet our deadlines, we always meet our deadlines to the publisher. They get it to the distribution point, the U.S. Postal Service, and then it could be 8, 10, the 8th, the 10th, the 20th, the 25th of the month before it actually gets to the resident. I got mine July 5th. We had all the July 4th events in there, so we knew about it. But there's ways to counter that. But sometimes the events and some of those are not finalized until as it gets closer to the distribution date or what we hope to be the publishing date. So we just want some guidance with Frank getting in the position and some things that we've just discussed internally with some direction to see if you guys want to try this for a while to see if we can, still print them up, still have them available for those who want them. We have a list of those who are maybe not computer savvy, our senior adults. We continue to have a list with them, especially when we have events like a hurricane. It came in very handy during the COVID with vaccines and following up with our seniors. We were able to communicate with them. We can have things delivered to their homes. We can have, citizens can pick them up. They're in this building, some of them, twice a month, even more. But we're okay with continuing to do this. We just know that we continue to fight with the U.S. Postal Service. We've tried different locations to get it delivered out. We've tried 3 different distribution points. And it continues to be the same thing. There's a hit or miss. I know one month I got it. It seemed like mine came like on the 30th of the month, and when it came, it didn't have an address stamped on it. And I've had it come. I know when we did the undergrounding, we wanted it out early in March, and it showed up. I know at my house March 8th. It was still in time for the election, but it was a concern that we didn't. Staff, we're concerned. The complaints we get, what are you doing? Nothing. When we get it out of our hands, it's out of our hands. We can't control what the U.S. Postal Service does. So we pretty much, it's there. We will continue, again, like I said, with the Gazette. We're not going to stop producing Gazette. We'll reduce the numbers potentially. We'll have them at certain distribution points, probably drop them off at some of the condos. If they want that to happen, but there's some things we can work on there, and I don't know if Frank, you have any questions for Frank or even Jason, but it's just conversations we've had, and we wanted to bring it to the commission and just have a discussion. It's not stopping the Gazette. We're not changing anything. We even considered, okay, do we do this? And we send it out electronically, and then once a quarter we publish a bigger periodical or something like that. It's okay to not do things the same way forever. It's okay to change. It's okay to improve. And this might not be an improvement, and that's okay if it's not. We just want to get some input from this body to see how you would like to proceed as business as usual or try some changes.
All right, so if I may, I know, during our agenda reviews and throughout the week, you have this discussion with the commissioners individually. So, at this point, I don't know what the other commissioners are thinking. They don't know what we're thinking. So let's put it on the table and let's see what we were thinking about that item. Start.
You have 1 minute left, Mayor. I don't know if you want to make another motion.
Motion to
Andy, that's all on you.
extend 5 minutes.
We can speak fast.
All right, let's try to.
Who seconds that?
5 minutes,
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Again, we individually had conversation with the town manager. I agree that we should look at some alternatives. The timeliness of the distribution is key. If we can't get it into people's hands till later parts of the month, there's a problem. So I think we should look at alternatives as potentially discussed by the town manager and our communications department.
Commissioner Maisha?
I would like to know how the distribution would be for say, the elderly and/or Jerry and myself, who do like to get it in the mail. So what would be that
We're not taking it off
mechanism?
the table. That's up to us.
I know you could get it. I know you'll have copies here at Town Hall and also at the community center. But if you want to have it delivered to your house,
I can't hear the other commissioner who has the floor.
what would be
right now.
that mechanism?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Frank Trigueros, Tourism and Communications Director. So really in brainstorming this idea, our primary focus in terms of delivering the printed Gazette was on those vulnerable seniors, because obviously they may not be as mobile, not as tech savvy as the rest of our population. So we do have a list identifying that group that we used, as the manager mentioned, during hurricanes or the COVID vaccine situation. So that group we really want to take care of. Our thinking was for the rest of the general population, make it readily available here at Town Hall, at the 95th Street news racks, also at the community center. Now, if there's a couple of residents, such as yourself or others here in this room that might really like their printed Gazette, perhaps we can make an effort to deliver it to them, but obviously we don't want to get into a situation where anybody who wants it, we have to hand deliver it. That really was, the idea was really to take care of the seniors, but, people can pick one up over here, or if there's a couple of exceptions, we can maybe I could get it to them personally.
If I may, Mayor, I know we have one commissioner up here that loves to walk, and I think at least one citizen, maybe they would volunteer to walk them around town.
All right, I'm just trying to get through the item within 5 minutes, so. Commissioner, the Vice Mayor goes second last. That's the order. If you read the book, this wouldn't be so frustrating for you. I'm just saying.
Again, you're interrupting me. Why is it that there's not one thing that I say without you interrupting me? I don't understand this. But leave your house at home. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't think that we should stop mailing out the Gazette. I don't think there is a problem. Maybe in the condos there's a problem because you have doormen, or maybe the mailman doesn't get to deliver it at the same time in all these units. You're talking about many units in one building. I have no problem receiving my Gazette, and I know that several residents have no problem receiving it. There has been instances, and I don't know if it was whatever, I don't want to say anything, but that has already passed, and I have had no problem receiving the Gazette, and I do enjoy getting the Gazette at home. And every first of the month, I open my mailbox and there's the Gazette, and I like to read what's in there, the pictures that you guys put in there, the things that, the wards, whatever, even the advertisement that's in there, there's sometimes you need whatever, and you guys have it inside the also you have the list of all the stores, if a new store opens, if an old store
Commissioner, we are
closes.
literally down to 3 minutes. I'd appreciate it. Again, it's my job to make sure this conversation is fruitful. So you are going into what you like to read.
Why is it that you
There is no
interrupt
3 minutes.
me?
The timer doesn't work. But my
Okay, so then
job is
put
to keep
your-
the conversation
Oh
on
my
point.
God, but is it-
We are
you
talking
see
about
this,
distribution, and you're talking about what
I-
you like to read. So we are down to 2 minutes. For
Okay.
this meeting, I would like to just move this along.
Well, then put the
in
timer so
effort
I can
of
have my
voting.
2 minutes, and then when that
It
thing
doesn't
turns
work on a
red,
timer.
then I'll
It
turn
works
it
on what you're
off.
saying.
Okay, but you cannot constantly be interrupting me.
It's my job to keep the meeting
No, it
going.
isn't your job to be interrupting me.
Read the charter.
You need to
Read the
be
charter,
respectful to your fellow commissioners, and you constantly are just interrupting me. So now you cause us to be here more time because you have to interrupt me. Anyway, as I was saying, I think that we should continue to deliver this Gazette. I mean, paying $9,000 in postage should not be the deterrent to send this out to people. I've seen many residents throughout the town when I was campaigning, them reading the Gazette, and people enjoy this, and I don't think that we should be taking this away from people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
So, as I relate to the town manager and the assistant town manager, I thought we should have them in the lobbies of all the condos on Collins, where there's staffed, put them in the lobbies or at the mailroom. So if you were in the Four Winds, the Four Seasons, any of these places, instead of having them put, I believe there's 130, 40 units in the Four Winds, put 40. You don't have to pay for postage, and we could have somebody drop it off. So my thought was to put it in the condos, like the Waves, all these condos that get them, instead of stuffing and paying for the postage and it coming late, if we printed them ourselves and had them delivered and dropped off, it's going to get there before the first of the month. And if they're there in the mailroom or the lobby, reach out to the property managers and say, hey, you guys want 40, want 30, what's the feedback? Oh, we got 140 units here, and 80 people don't live here, only 60 are residents. Why are we wasting all that postage and stamp and time delivering it? And it would be more efficient. So my thought was I'm comfortable with it in the condos, in the mailroom or the lobby, and going digital and still printing it and having them in a lot of areas.
Can we get a motion to extend for 5 minutes?
Motion to extend for 4 minutes.
Here, 3 minutes?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So again, to be quick, we had this conversation with the town manager, or I had the conversation. I think it's important the residents need to get something in hand. If the solution, what I'm hearing is that they're not getting it on time, so let's go digital. Well, we already have digital, so if there's something important, hopefully they're looking at it. But I've seen my neighbors themselves, they'll have gazettes from 2 months ago on their dining room table. They like to read it, they like to see the pictures, so it's not something that I would like to take away from the residents. With the buildings, there are alternatives. I don't know, I don't think money was the issue in distribution, but it does seem like a waste to send to all these buildings when we could just have, it's 20-something buildings, put it in the lobby, and then kind of work that way. I'd be a little nervous with dumbing down the number because it's empty in February, and then March, all the winter birds or snowbirds come back and you're playing games. But there are ways to distribute that, I guess, faster to the building. I love the idea of having it available in, the lobby, and I know there's that place, I think it's by Publix or 95th.
Yeah, 95th.
That we have those things, but I would, at least for the residents, I definitely don't want to take away the door-to-door service. For the buildings, it can go into the mailroom or to the lobby, and, I'd be okay with that.
Okay. And through the mayor, I would just quickly add that in an effort to try to find a more timely solution, we did switch to a new vendor over the last couple of months. So Commissioner Velasquez, that might be why you are receiving it earlier in the month. And it's good to hear that some of you are receiving it early in the month. It's been a little hit or miss. It has been better with this new vendor, but it's still a little bit of a challenge. Another consideration was also that because we have to get the Gazette over to them as early as possible, the information sometimes is a little bit outdated, or we have to close the publication pretty early in the month, so that doesn't allow for the information to be very relevant if it kind of comes up mid-month. But that said, that's life, that's okay. It can always just roll over to the next month.
I have to say, look, your department is doing a good job. You get the email newsletters that go out. The newsletter goes out via email. You look through it. If there is an event coming up, we're getting those notifications. So I appreciate them. I know they're coming up, but there's just something about getting something in hand and sitting down over the weekend and just seeing, even though I read it quickly online to see what's upcoming, but just to have that in hand, I think the residents would like that. And I definitely, I don't know if there's a consensus. I can only speak for myself, but I know there was no motion put forward, but I think the manager and yourself can kind of gauge the room at this point.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Honorable Mayor.
Did you say extend?
Second that.
Second, all right. All in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Thank you very much, everybody.